calling sellers that appointments were set from yesterday. Tomorrow, we will be calling the appointments that you guys set today, okay? We all have a sheet. I have less information than Jamil, Ingrid, and Kyle because that's just my style. I don't know the full address of any of the houses I'm calling. First call today goes to Jamil. Second call goes to Ingrid. Third call goes to me. Final call of the hour goes to Mr. Kyle Kargas, the Green Goblin himself. Now, we will be scoring points. We're testing something new. Yesterday, we talked about all the different ways to make money with real estate agents. Those ways are all listed on this sheet, okay? Those ways, there's 12 of them. Number 1, a cash offer. Number 2, sub 2. 3, seller finance. 4, a partnership with the seller, which would be more like a novation agreement or the deal that we bought last month with the Cuban sandwich. You had to be there. Sorry, guys. Lend and list. We've done multiple lend and list deals. Lend on their deals. Our team last month did 2 of those. We haven't, where's Jade? Where's Jade? Oh, there you are. Okay, Jade, we funded one for 175.
Yes.
We're funding another one. Do you know what the dollar amount is?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But same people.
So
Same people.
you will find that we are calling agents, and very rarely do we actually buy the house that we are calling about. Very rarely do we actually buy the house that we're calling about. 95% of the deals that we will do in this room will come from houses that we did not call about. What is the reason why we're calling these houses then? The answer is we're not calling the houses, we're calling the agents. The house is merely an excuse to give us a reason to call that agent. Why do we want to call these particular agents? Well, we talked about it yesterday for 3.5 hours. We are calling agents who are actively participating in the real estate market. How do we know they're active? Well, we're calling on their listings. Pretty simple, right? There are 70,000 agents in Maricopa County. If 74% of them did not sell a house last year, do we want to be calling all those agents? No. So the easiest filter to make sure we are calling people that are active in the business, sorry, Dom, is we are filtering by active listings. Okay, first thing that we are filtering by is active listings. So Myron Briley, who's helping us run all the leads behind the scenes, he's on a completely different Zoom, correct? How do people get to that Zoom if they want to watch it?
Chat.
Okay, somebody throw in the chat. Thank you so much.
It will also I don't think it started yet. It will start at 3:30.
Okay, it'll start at 3:30. Perfect. So we also, all these calls that we're making, what will happen is we will pivot and deviate and have fun on these calls. This is a lot of fun because you get to watch different people's styles. Ingrid's better at certain things than me. Jamil's better at certain things than me. I'm better at certain things than those two. Kyle, we don't know what he's good at yet. We're gonna find out. I know Kyle's a closer, okay? Kyle is a closer. So we also will be going after other houses. Multiple deals that we did last month were actually about houses. We bought Natalie Dormer. She sold a new agent that we brought in as a relationship last month. She sold us a deal, and she's in the process of selling us a couple more deals. Wasn't the house that we called about. It was about other houses that she had. So you'll hear Jamil, Ingrid, Kyle, myself ask all sorts of different questions to try and pivot to one of these different ways that we can make money with these agents, okay? That list is not up there, but we have the list. It's in WhatsApp. Perfect. I will not be going in there, but I got the physical thing. Cool. We also will be making money on referrals, non-qualified buyers. That is a big one today. We will be asking a lot of non-qualified buyer questions. Other businesses, we funded other people's businesses that are not even real estate related in the No Not Buying Challenge, other agent referrals, and also a permanent relationship. That would be a Natalie Dormer and some other people. So we will be scoring points today. As you will see on this score sheet, you will see that Pace has 3 check boxes because those are my 3 calls for the day. Jamil, Ingrid, and Kyle all have 3 calls. So we're going to check as many boxes as we can and score points. Each one of these landed situations scores you a point, okay? And we'll see how this goes. We'll evolve. I think already I've learned that next month we have to have everybody have different, Giancarlo gave me this idea. Every team has to have different colored swag. You have to be wearing a different colored shirt or a hoodie, okay? Now, the first...
We got to match.
We have to match.
No, I mean me and you.
Me and you. Okay. Our first call starts right now, and it is Jamil Damji.
I don't know how to not score you guys good though, because I like you.
Thank you. Also, we are just good.
Do it. Yes, whoa, all right, Josh. I mean,
That's how
you
you,
might say Hamid, but I say Jamel.
I say Jamillionaire.
There you go.
In all my text messages, I Jamillionaire, Jamillionaire,
Yeah.
Jamillionaire.
The agents can't hear us when we're laughing or
Please laugh when I'm on the call.
Speaking.
Make my life really hard. Oh, yeah.
Hello, this is Josh.
Josh, how you doing? Jamil here.
Doing well yourself?
I'm excellent. Thanks. I was supposed to give you a call a couple of minutes ago. I apologize for being late, but I was calling on that listing you've got in Buckeye. And you know, I'm really looking to make some purchases in the next couple of weeks. And I wanted to know what was really going on with the house and if there's an opportunity for us to put a deal together. Can you give me some details on the listing and kind of what the situation is?
They're just trying to buy another home, so they're trying to get rid of this home so they can get into the next home.
Got it. Are they staying in the city or are they relocating to another state?
They're staying in the city.
Okay. 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 So they're wanting to sell it. This was I guess you relisted it from a previous listing. So I'm expecting that they're pretty stuck on price. Would you say that's a reality, or do you think they're kind of open to talking a little bit about that?
They're pretty firm on price as of right now. They are prepped for the market in terms of concessions and compensation, but in terms of price, yeah, they're pretty firm on it.
Got it. Because I buy and sell a lot of homes. I've got listings of my own right now that are on the MLS, and it's all just sitting, right? I mean, I'm not even getting the calls right now where they're asking for concessions, and the phone's just not ringing. And so I don't know what you're experiencing. I imagine Buckeye might have even less activity than the stuff that I've got sitting in Central Phoenix. The reason I'm even interested in this one at all is because I have a little bit of an interesting exit where I do some strategic rentals, and Buckeye would work for me, but it's not going to work at the 363 asking price. And if I was going to kind of come in cash, there's just no chance I could make that work. But if there's existing financing, and if I could figure out how to make that financing not be an issue for your clients to move into their next property, do you think they'd be open to like a creative deal?
They are not open to subject twos.
Okay.
Finance.
Okay, so no subject to, and they do have a loan on it right now, so there could be no opportunity for like seller financing?
Yes, they do have a loan on it and no opportunity for seller finance.
Okay, okay. I had to ask because it's, obviously given the current market conditions, it makes sense in certain deals. And, when a seller has little equity in their house, sometimes we can make even better situations out of what they're working with. But if they're not open to that, and have you brought them a potential deal on the table and they just flat out said no?
For subject twos, yeah, we have like 5 subject two offers, and same thing with all my other
Yeah.
listings. Subject two is just very popular right now.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I don't know why there's this, really smart dude. I think people have been watching on the internet talk about it, and I think that's probably what's been happening. But I actually just sold one of my deals in that structure. I was kind of new to it myself, and it made sense for me. And so now that I've kind of had my, I don't mean to be vulgar, but cherry popped in it. I think it's one of those things where it's starting to make sense once I figured it out, but it took me a minute to wrap my head around it, if you know what I'm saying. Anyhow, okay, so that's not going to work. Let's kind of take this one off the table then. Do you have anything right now that might be a potential, hoarder situation or something with a lot of distress in it that I might be able to add some value to and make a project out of?
Not currently.
Okay.
Yeah, not currently. All the listings that I have right now are pretty move-in ready.
Okay. Are any of those deals that you have currently listed potentially open to creative finance?
No, not really. Maybe my one in Phoenix, but we have holdover tenants in it right now. So once they're evicted, then it'll
Okay,
just,
you're saying all the words right now that get me excited because you've got tenants in it and it's in Phoenix. So I'll take them with tenants. I have no problem taking a house with tenants. I wouldn't need you to vacate the property. Can you give me a little bit of detail on that house?
yeah. So that one, it's a divorce situation, and the wife does not want to leave.
Okay. Oh, so
So
she's the
leave her-
tenant right now? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I sadly just went through a divorce myself, and I actually did a pretty good job of getting my wife to leave, so I might be able to help here. The reality is if we can make it a win-win, I might be able to make this make sense. And so can you share an address with me? What I'll do is I'll take a look at the house, kind of put together a couple of scenarios for you. One where I buy it, one where I buy it, keep the wife. I'm not going to keep her, but you know what I mean? Keep her in the house. And then, we present the opportunities to your clients. And if any of them make sense, we get it done.
Yeah, the address is 5546 West Encanto.
Encanto. Phenomenal. Okay. Joshua, I will take a look at that house. I'll give you a call back tomorrow and let you know what I can put together on it. Before I let you go, I'm kind of a unicorn in this space because I do lots of stuff, right? I buy businesses. I'm a lender. I also have a lot of opportunities for non-qualified buyers. So if you've got any clients who have called you and said, hey, I want to buy a house, and then you send them to the loan officer and they can't qualify because they're self-employed or there's some other things that just make them unfinanceable. I've got a lot of deals that I can sell to people like that, and I can provide the financing as well. And so, my question is, how are you doing a lot of business right now in the market as it sits? And would you have any buyers that might have a hard time qualifying that we might be able to put some other types of deals together with?
My lender's pretty savvy, thankfully. We've been doing a lot of bank statement and DSCR loans.
Okay. Got it. So you're kind of on the in with creative ways or non-traditional ways to finance deals, which is awesome. Okay, any like fix and flip clients you got who are looking for private lenders or any potential hard money?
No, I don't. I didn't niche down inspectors. I do have an inspector that I work with, but she buys everything cash.
Okay. Man, this is great. I'm going to take a look at the Encanto house today. I'll give you a call back on it tomorrow. How else do you think you and I could make some money together?
You got buyers for my listings.
I do. I got lots of buyers for the listings. It's just some of these guys are super creative, like they're in a market like we have right now where it's sleepy, right? You and I could probably both agree that it's like probably one of the sleepiest markets we've seen. And you got to be outside of the box if you're going to get deals done. Everybody who I've seen gets stuck in the same, like, it's got to be this, it needs to be that. My clients won't accept that. Like if we can't get our people to kind of bend with us and flow with the way that the trends are going, we kind of get left behind, right? And so my thoughts are, if you're even open to it, maybe you and I sit down and grab a coffee and I kind of enlighten you on some of the ways that I'm doing deals. Because even on getting listings, how are you getting all your listings right now?
Everything in my pipeline is referral based.
Referral. There's so few of you. Like if I talk to 10 realtors in a day, one of them is going to be able to really say that they're getting referrals. And so you're going to be my one today who says it. But what I do know is there's a ton of ways for you to increase your volume that my team is passing up on, because I like to buy houses cash, right? And when I'm out there doing marketing for deals, the reality is 9 out of 10 of the houses I look at are just way too nice for me. And so you might be the referral partner that I've been looking for, that I can send these retail listings to, that you take on those deals, and maybe you and I have something worked out where we make more of a permanent relationship, and you send me all your trash houses and I sell you all the other houses, or I give you all the other houses for listings.
Oh, that'd be great.
You like coffee?
I do like coffee.
You like beer?
I do like beer.
You like beer in your coffee? Okay, good, because I would have had to hang up, because that means that you're an alcoholic and I'm not one. So Joshua, this has been a very, very fun conversation. Thank you for the time today. I'll give you a call back tomorrow and let's see what we can do on Encanto. Thank you so much.
Sounds great.
Okay, take care, brother. Bye. Do we have a thing for jokes?
Bro, that was so great. I wrote down so many freaking jokes that I can retell. Oh my God.
I don't know how to score the number because I'm like,
I think it's just a check, just a check.
Kyle's doing what he's doing, like a number-based system. I
yeah,
think it's a check.
a check. Okay, okay.
They
Yeah.
had told me.
They said 1 through 10, but I'm like, I don't know how to do the scale because
I think you just make it easy, like
Okay.
check the box.
oh, but if we don't hit them all,
If he hits the things, you give him 1 point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
yeah.
So I'll be like, hey, stay on the phone.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I lend it again? Okay, a couple of things. I noticed. We got our next call in a couple of minutes. Just to let everybody know what we're calling on. We are calling on market real estate agents that are having a hard time selling houses based on maybe low equity or the seller just wants too much money. Again, Jamil asked the right questions to deviate away from the house very quickly. That was probably an 8-9 minute conversation. The first 2 minutes were about the house. The last 6 minutes were about anything but the house. And that is what you will run into. You will run into people who go, oh, this offer doesn't work, or these people are firm on their price or whatever else. So what do? You hang up? No, you jump on what are other ways that we can make money together. It's my favorite question to ask. How else can we make money together? What else are you doing? So really great job. Any feedback you guys have? Anything that you guys took away that you're going to copy and emulate?
I like the beer coffee joke. That's hilarious for sure.
Beer in your cup.
Because it's like an escalation of how much do you actually like what you're drinking. You're just so good. I like when I think about how it just flows. At first I get like really nervous for everyone because I want them to shine. And then it's like, oh God, is it going to go down? No, but you just know how to like wrap them up around your finger. So I love it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I love the way that when there was a little bit of.
Grab the microphone. You got hundreds of people watching on live. They want to hear your feedback.
I really enjoyed the way that when the energy started raising up negativity, that you were able to reverse that and just meet it there, understand where he stood on the creative financing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you shifted.
Pace into that conversation.
Yeah.
And then you shifted gears. But you not only shifted gears, but you introduced it again on the backside of the conversation in a different way to see if there was an opening for him to start changing his philosophy.
Right. Anecdotally, I told them about how the people who aren't willing to bend and educate their clients are getting left behind. You see, that's a seed I planted in his head today for tomorrow's sprout. Because he's thinking about that right now. He's sitting there thinking, what happened? Right? Like that call was really interesting and very different from what I'm typically getting, right? And so
The whole consultation.
but I did that on purpose because I wanted him to understand that I wanted him to first separate himself from, I'm not the guy who gets left behind. And of course, he's not the only person who's going to tell us that he gets business only by referrals. He's going to be every one of them are going to tell us the same thing, right? So
You get points. You can add a point for how many agents you can say I'm referral based only.
so funny.
That was good. Oh, and you're one in a million.
1 in a million.
Okay, so a couple of things for the new people, right? What would you normally do after this call is over? What would you do? You need to follow up with them, obviously, about Encanto. Do what you said you're going to do. Write down, do you have any other houses? Well, I do have another house. Okay, give me that address, right? You got the address. So Jamil's going to look at the thing. Tomorrow, we'll call him back, right? And we'll do a follow-up with it immediately on that particular deal. But he's the guy that will be a permanent relationship because he's a guy that actually has multiple listings. If he has multiple listings now in a really slow market, he's a guy that dominates in a really hot market, and you want to keep him in your repertoire. So I would say that's a permanent relationship score as well, right? Do you agree? Okay, cool. Kyle didn't. I think he's being really hard on you.
It's on other businesses of like that.
So
Stuck that in like it wasn't an official, like, hey, let's specifically talk about business. It was, hey, the one half liner, right? So it's on heavy. Add something.
So let's just touch the whiteboard for like maybe 1 minute. And I want to point out the permanent relationship thing. Really? Okay, so. Really? Thanks, dude. I've been kettlebell swinging hard. Okay, so if you get a permanent relationship with an agent, right? What was that agent's name, Jamil? Okay, so let's say Josh, in a given year, let's say Josh does 20 listings. Oh, you don't like my mic? Okay. The Sennheiser, you're gonna switch the Sennheiser? Oh, you don't mic. The lab is messed up. Do you want to switch the location in? Or you want to just get rid of this? Get rid of that. Ingrid, we're sabotaging you right now.
It's got 928.
I'm just gonna test that to see how that sounds.
Andre, you like this? Okay, so if I've got an agent that's a permanent relationship, I think I got to go probably here. So I've got Josh, okay? If Josh does, let's say 20 listings in a given year, Josh probably does a good 40 to 50 listing opportunities every single year. And so what's happening is he's probably turning away 20 opportunities that he could send to you for Subto seller finance throughout the year. He also is going to have 20 actual listings that he could send to you as well. How many of these, Jamil, do you think you'll actually buy out of one agent? 2 a year?
2. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So a guy like Josh, out of the 40 opportunities he looks at a given year, 2 of them will go to Jamil. Okay, so if I want to do 10 deals in a year, how many Joshes do I need? Do you see how simple this business really becomes when you break it down that way? A permanent relationship with one agent. Jamil has one agent that makes him $1 million a year. Her name is Monique. And Monique and him pop $50,000, $100,000 deals almost every single week.
Yeah.
So you're looking at these big juicy deals. One agent will bring you 2 deals a year. Okay. An agent who is active in the market will bring you 2 deals a year. So you've just got to say no to 38 of them. Just like, okay, well, that doesn't work. Move on. Doesn't work. Move on. Doesn't work. Move on. A permanent relationship with an agent. You will find after 6 or 9, what do we do? 12 calls today. We'll probably pick up 4 relationships with agents in this market. By the way, have you ever talked to Josh?
Never.
Never.
No.
And how many years have you been doing deals in real estate here in
In
Phoenix?
Phoenix, over 15.
15 years, and that's the first time he's spoken to or heard of Josh. The amount of business that's in this market or any market is unbelievable. It's almost impossible to even calculate. People go, well, isn't it overly competitive? No, it is not. I heard from your partner today, Hunter, that your guys' company, your real estate company, does more GDP than a town of 35,000 people, their entire town. So the town that Hunter grew up in is 35,000 people.
Yeah.
Your company currently, Keegley, does more GDP, or your income, your revenue is
Yeah.
more than that 35,000 person town combined GDP.
Wow, dude. Hunter from Idaho?
Yeah, Hunter from Idaho. Yeah.
Your evaluation must be on
Wow.
point.
You know me.
You know,
Why do you, dude? Why do you think? Why do you think he dresses so nice? You know what I'm saying?
He's got the rolls today.
Yes, he does. You do have the roles.
Yeah.
Okay, so permanent relationships. We understand how important these are.
Yes.
Will Josh give us a deal today? Maybe. Will he give us a deal this year?
That's.
Yes.
That's
I
a
actually
big,
like that street name.
yeah, in Cantos.
It made me think historic.
Yes, that made me too.
Okay. Our only girl contestant.
Hello, this is Andrea.
Hi, Andrea. It's Ingrid. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late calling you. My friend wouldn't stop talking, so I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, I'm calling about your property on 75th Drive and just seeing how that's going. I love that it's like a really high bedroom count and seeing if maybe we can strike a deal here.
Kate, can I call you back in just 2 minutes? I'm just checking out somewhere.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
Call you right back.
for
Okay.
sure. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, next call would be my call. I'm going to jump on my call 9 minutes early.
Okay.
Why? Because why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? Let's not overthink everything. Let me call him. Let's do my call a little bit early. Can you ask a question? Yes, you're limited to 3 questions a day, just so you know. Is this one of the ones you want to ask?
No,
Okay, perfect.
but I have a question. How you are gonna determine if you look at the house?
Uh-huh.
First, market value, second, how you gonna determine what they call an offer?
That's a great question. We'll answer that later.
My friend loves to talk. I'm sorry.
Matt, what up, brother? How you doing?
Good, how can I help you?
I'm just calling about the house on Morris. How's the listing going?
Good, why, is this creative finance deal you're trying to throw my way?
It could be a cash deal. Did you guys see our LOI?
Lowest offer I can take is 435, maybe a tad bit under that.
Okay.
And that's what we're dealing with right now.
Is the seller just owes too much on the house, or what's going on?
He was my best friend, he got screwed over by his fiance.
No.
Oh, he's 431-ish.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? What happened with the fiance?
People are not faithful.
Got it. Okay.
Because of that, he then took a higher paying salary job at the correctional facility in Seattle to kind of get his life back financially. And then she refused to leave the property unless he paid her off.
Oh my
And she scared him with his profession and threatened to ruin his reputation. So he paid her $20,000 out of his 401k on top of that.
So he paid penalties and everything.
He basically, she just said, give me 20,000 or else I'm gonna screw your life over.
Yeah, but he had to take money out of his retirement,
Yeah.
paid penalties. That
Yeah.
sucks, dude.
Yeah. I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, you're a man. I mean,
Yeah.
no disrespect, but I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what it's like getting up on the wrong side of the turf.
Yeah, these hoes ain't loyal, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, to each its own, but
Right.
yeah, he got caught up in that. So we're trying to get this thing offloaded.
So is he moving to, he's already moved to Seattle?
He moved to Seattle. It's vacant. And at this point, we've done all that we can. I've done everything I know how to do.
So what, so it sounds like he owes 431. It sounds like you're already like adverse to a creative offer. Why is that?
I tried throwing one his way today and he says he's just not interested.
Okay, so usually if somebody's not interested, there's something that they're having a hang up about.
No, no, there's nothing to hang up about. He just doesn't, he's just not interested. He said he would rather rent it to his mom and his brother.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. So he doesn't really have a hang up. He's just like, if I can't get it out of my name, I'd rather just rent the thing and keep it.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Well, how many days on market have you guys had it on there?
Oh, we're on, I think we're 107, I believe.
Okay, so I might not be the offer for you on this particular house just because he owes so much on it. Do you think that I should follow up on this particular house like in 30, 60 days, see if he changes his mind?
Yeah, no, right now we're trying, we had an amendment
Okay,
that the judge said for her to sign off on, and she keeps beating around the bush
okay.
and coming up with weird excuses as to why she's not going to sign the amendment.
What does the amendment do? Does it extend the listing or what does she need to sign off on?
She's not liable if she's removed off the mortgage loan.
Okay, got it. Makes sense.
Now we got her moved off the deed, but
Okay.
now we're trying to get her off the mortgage loan.
Okay, love it. All right, well, here's what I'll do on this particular house. And I'll take like maybe 1 more minute of your time, but on this house, I'll put you in for like a 30-day follow-up. And then that way, maybe I can still do a creative offer on this house, but it sounds like right now the guy's just dealing with a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
Okay, so the house is vacant. Any chance I can stop by and take a look at it?
Sure. Do you have a super lock? You have access to the super lockbox?
My wife does. I'll have her use hers.
Yeah.
Okay, what else are you working on? What other things can you and I make money on? Are you flipping?
$4.79 million property.
Whoa, damn,
on the
bro.
market.
What are you doing with that?
I'm selling it, obviously.
I mean, holy shit, that's a completely different type of house than the 431.
I'm not I'm not shy of anything.
Okay, do you think, I have a bunch of ball players that would, that's probably what, Paradise Valley or Scottsdale somewhere?
Yeah, it's 10, the address is, 10894
10894.
Turquoise Avenue,
Okay, cool.
Scottsdale, Arizona.
Great area. So I have a bunch of ball players that basically claim zero on their taxes. You think that seller would do some sort of seller finance at that high price point?
No, no.
Okay. And that one, I mean, obviously that's a fresh listing, so probably I'll check in on that one a little bit later as well.
Yeah, we're looking for a high-end buyer.
Okay. Are you guys, what about, you have clients that are flipping that need money?
No, I don't have anyone else. Nothing else really. That's all I have.
Okay. Then last weird question. Do you ever have clients that cannot get approved for loans to buy houses that need somebody like me to seller finance houses to them and get you paid commissions?
No, not that I know of off the top of my head.
Okay, so can you save me in your phone? I have right now 25 houses here in Maricopa County that I own, and I am currently seller financing to end buyers that cannot qualify through a bank.
Okay.
And what I will do is if you bring me one of those buyers, I don't care if they have an ITIN number, I don't care if they have bad credit, I will finance them and I will pay you a commission for just bringing the buyer to the table.
Okay.
So I'm going to text you my info. Maybe I'll just put me in as like Pace the bank. And I can be the bank for your non-qualified buyers, and I can be the bank for anybody that needs to close on a house really quickly. Let's say that you have a lender that can't close on time and you've got to do like a post-possession or something. I can bring money to those situations and solve those problems too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know when our broker open is, and you can come to the broker open.
Oh, that'd be cool. Okay, so the house on the 435 house, when should I follow up with you? 30 days?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll send you a text. Keep me in your phone. If something pops up in the meantime, let me know. But I'm going to send somebody out there on my team to take a look at it, and then we'll follow up in 30 days.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Okay, bye. Okay.
So funny, bro. These holes ain't loyal. Come on. Wow.
Well, here's the thing: is why would I say a line like that?
Alignment. You got this guy's vibe was like, he was like, I hate women. Right. That's basically what he was. And you aligned yourself to him immediately. So he was disarmed, because when you called him right out the gate, he was like, and then as soon as you did that, he was like, oh, bro.
Yeah.
Finally, I got a bro on the phone.
Yeah. There's certain sellers you can say cuss words with, other ones that you're a little bit more structured with, a little bit slower. I also knew right out of the gate, he did not want to create a finance offer.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it. He's like, you're not going to give me a creative finance, right? And I was like, well, I might do a cash offer. So I pivoted the other way very quickly. And then once I built his trust, I went back to the creative offer. So you'll notice people that are like, this agent, no agents wants to do a creative finance offer. What is the only solution for that seller?
Creative finance.
It's the only solution.
No way.
It's literally listed for $435 and he owes $431. No, I don't even know the address. Like I'm telling you guys, nothing is more important than just building a relationship with the agent. I don't have the full address, so engineer-minded people will go, well, how do you know the value? The value is what I make of the relationship. Forget about the house. I'm not calling about the house. I think you could pick up on that very quickly. I want more permanent relationships like what Jamil just built with Josh. That's what I'm really shooting for. And what will happen is as you shake the bush, all these other things will magically fall out. Oh, I got a $4.7 million house. Oh, I got a this. Oh, I got a that. You'll see it all day long today. I'm not calling about the house.
Just a networking call.
It's
Starts off as a networking call.
It starts off as the house is the excuse, right? I don't want to call an agent. Hi, my name is Pace. I want to do business with you. That's weird. Hey, I'm calling about the house. Oh, it's not a good fit? Cool. What else are you doing? What else can we do to make money? I've already got him on the phone now, right? So Jamil did a really great job with that on Josh. This guy was also very aggressive out of the gate. Mm-hmm. So I will figure out his personality and all the personalities I've talked to, like what Jamil did. and I will throw something out there that only his personality would appreciate. Right? These hoes ain't loyal. It comes from a rap song, just for my white friends in here. Sorry. So it comes from a rap song, and this guy's, oh, you know what? I'm not gonna divulge what's going on.
And then he did.
And then he goes, well,
He gave it all up.
he gave it all up.
To the extortion, bro.
Oh, he paid her off 20,000. That's that. And the other. So
Gonna get paid if you create a financing loan? Because even when you're asking how do we make money, he went straight to his most expensive property because that's how he makes money.
So here's what'll happen. I don't try and overcome every single thing on every call.
Yeah.
I try and overcome one thing at a time. People are busy, and people also have a very short attention span. And so, hey guys, give it up for Andrew McGuire. He's going to be helping out with coaching. So Andrew's going to be pulling people in the other room. We're going to start setting appointments and walking you guys through all that kind of stuff. These are the calls you guys are setting up for us. Some of these people don't want to get on the phone with us. You're going to have a lot of fun today. It's going to be great. I wish you luck. Just kidding. It's the easiest thing on the planet. It's so easy. It's simple. Your first couple calls are nerve-wracking, but
Sabotage.
I'm sorry. How'd it go? We missed it.
Really well.
Well, how do we know? The thing is,
Two out there, Kim and
Kim, did you score? Hey,
said third party.
hey, did you score her?
She was checkmarking me.
Across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us what happened.
So her name was Andrea. She works more on like the Prescott. I've never heard of this. Quad City.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that like a rap?
Cotton, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Like Quad City or there was some sort of song, Quad City something.
That's Twin City. Twin City. That's Minnesota.
No, not Minneapolis.
But
I-
Quad City.
Quad City DJ. That's what I'm saying.
Holy crap.
Yay.
How do I not know this?
Okay, you're Mormon. It's okay. Anywho, but Andrea had the fixer upper for me to take a look at, and I'm like, Jamil, should we like team up and you do a little quick comparoo?
Yes.
But it is in Prescott. She
Okay.
told me it's going online today.
Let's give her a number.
Okay.
The address.
Do we say it out loud right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
I think I got enough info. Did I get enough info to find it? Okay. And then the house she actually has listed, she has a co-listing agent.
What did we just pick up with what she just said?
Other house.
Are we calling about the house?
No.
Or are we calling about the relationship?
Man, I threw it up. I was like, businesses, like, agents can't do shit right now. So we gotta, I said, come to my showcase this Friday if you have any I-10 buyers or 1099 buyers. Cause us agents, we're all 1099ers.
Yeah.
What else I say, Kim? I don't know.
Is she on your team? Because we can't trust this.
Oh. We're not that type of, we're in sub 2. We have high integrity, Mr. Morby.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That is very true. So strong. She laid that on thick.
Uh-huh. This is a 5-2 though. So
Living.
the house that they're trying to sell in Peoria, he does have a lot of equity, but she told me that they're looking to move. So I was like, well, maybe we could do a little switcheroo. So maybe we have a house where they want to be on our switcher, a nobankloanhomes.com. Their current one, 475. Why you want to buy it? Okay. It's 5-2, 475. That's pretty amazing, actually. Huh? Let me check it out. Cause, like Mr. Morby, I'm sorry.
Park my RV in the side yard.
That sounds like a, come on, hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a pool. And yes, you can park your RV. Hey-oh, we might have a buyer.
Ingrid's like a bro.
I can't help it.
We love it.
I'm 14.
You're cooler than all 8 of my sisters combined. Okay, my team. Who on here wants to
Can I
text
see your
my
video?
my agent that I just talked to? Okay, Giancarlo, you had your hand up first. I want you to text Matt. Okay, he's the guy that I just called, and I want you to remind him of, hey, I'm on Pace's team. My name is Giancarlo, and here I'll give you the number. By the way, Jamil, Ingrid, if you guys have follow-ups to do, please pass it on to your team members, please. So Giancarlo, the first person, text him and just say, hey, my name is Giancarlo. I'm on Pace's team. and say, we got you locked in to follow up in 30 days. Okay. Before you send that, press enter twice. So there's like 2 little paragraphs in the same text, and say, by the way, on the, what's the name of the street?
And Maurice.
Okay, so on Morris Street, if we do a creative finance deal, we will pay the commission out of our pocket. Okay? And then send that text. Are you trying to steal my lead? What's going on? Yeah, so I'm texting Matt, I think is his name. I'm texting Matt to solidify very quickly, hey, save us in your phone. If I've learned that in this challenge, if these agents have my cell phone, they will start calling me, and I'm atrocious at follow-up because I've got 1,000 other things going on. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm passing it off. Every closer that you work with should immediately pass off every lead back to the team to do follow-up. So I'm coaching him on what to text. So I'm telling Giancarlo, hey, Matt, I work on Pace Morby's team. Please put us in as, real estate investors. By the way, we'll follow up with you in 30 days. And did you know we will pay your commissions on that deal on whatever street, Morris Street or whatever it is, okay? One, you just want to solidify every call you have where I go, are you cool if I follow up in 30 days? Why did I choose 30 days? He's been on the market for 109 days. There's no possible way that deal gets done without Subto. It's physically impossible. The only option that seller has is Subto. Literally, no other option. It is not the best option. It is the only option.
The last line was, we will pay your commission.
On the house on Moore Street, yeah. So what we will do, will I follow up in 30 days?
Yes.
No. I will follow up in 3 days. Yep. I'll follow up in 3 days, and then I'll follow up in 10, then I'll follow up in 15, then I'll follow up in 20.
You said, by the way, we'll pay out of pocket if what?
Your commissions on the Morris house if we do a creative finance deal.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay with imperfect English, by the way, Giancarlo. Because a lot of people get in their head about their accent, they'll get in their head about their grammar, they'll get. Yeah, you do. You do. You do. You do. Okay.
Dario, a guy who just basically called to make appointments for me, made $50,000 with me. And it was just calling on pre-foreclosures.
Nice.
He had been in the United States, I think, less than a year. So,
Phenomenal.
yeah.
Imperfect action always beats everything else, right? So it's like, who cares how your spelling is, how your grammar is, you're going to overthink it, just send it. It's the same thing with like, I have an appointment, but my appointment was 9 minutes after I was supposed to call, or after I did call, but I'm like, who cares? What do I care? I was 9 minutes early. Yeah, just don't stop overthinking everything, just do it. Yes.
So the comment was made, you'll pay the commission on the creative deal. Is that just that creative deal?
Every creative deal, you're paying the commissions.
You want realtor to know, you'll pay the commission on
Uh-huh.
all creative deals.
Yep. But who's paying the commissions? Are you paying the commissions?
No.
No, your buyer, whoever your buyer is paying the commission. So you really don't, a lot of things people go, oh my gosh, I thought we're $0 out of pocket in this business. Yeah, we are. The money comes from the buyer. Make sense? Okay. Hey, good job. So now you have an agent. That's a permanent agent. What did I get? What was my score? Did I do okay?
I'm half checkbox.
You said 374.
Oh,
I got you solid on the,
okay,
at
those.
least 6.
Okay, I got 6. Okay, cool.
Even say honestly, relationship wise.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
I
Okay.
got 8 for you. I think honestly, the only piece that I feel like you didn't hit was other businesses and other agents.
Okay.
You could have, but he was so
He was in the middle of something.
yeah, and he was in his own world. I don't
Yeah.
know that I don't think that you could have, honestly. So
And
it's
I
great.
think most calls, you don't really want to hit all of these.
No.
And
No.
most calls, it's overwhelming. It's too much.
100%.
You're gonna ruin the relationship.
Right.
So I think you want around a 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Maybe a 5 sometimes.
It's like, hey, will you go on can I take you to dinner to spaghetti?
Yeah.
No. How about pizza? How about steak? How about tacos? How about this? It's It's like, bro, this person's not getting the point. Yeah, no, okay, let's skip dinner then.
5K non-refundable close in 2 weeks. Can I communicate that?
What's that?
How strong do you feel about that offer?
Let him answer first.
Is it 550? We said 375?
374. The Prescott house.
Yeah,
Cash.
do it.
Yeah.
So she's asking,
Because we're gonna team up with Jamil on this one.
F you.
And so we'll go halvesies on that. Yeah. Okay. He sat next to me.
Yeah. Okay, so what she's asking is she just had a call with her agent. Her agent on your guys' team. She called about the listing that you guys set up the appointment for, and that listing's not a good fit. So she said, what other houses do you have? She says, I have a house in Prescott. Would you like to look at it? Here's the price. Jamil just comped the price. They're going to give her an offer. And the offer, Ingrid is saying, $5,000, non-refundable earnest money, close in 2 weeks. Okay, so that means it's a cash offer. We'll close escrow in 2 weeks, and we'll give you $5,000 non-refundable earnest money. Where,
The deal, basically.
no, to close, like to
Right.
contract the
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah, the EMD is what's
So
gonna
help me
commit,
understand,
no
how does that
contingency.
break down?
Like it's
The
just
the
straight
deal you just put
cash.
together, how
And
does
you
that
just know
motivate
from the
that?
numbers
Oh, hold on, we got two different people asking two different questions.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry, this is great. I love the questions. So how does that motivate them? Most of the people that are reaching out to these sellers will refuse to put up earnest money in the first place. And they're learning on YouTube from people like Pace Morby, Jamil Damji, and Jerry Norton, and Kyle Kargas. And what's happening is these people go and talk to these agents the same way we are talking to the agents, and they're offering like $100 earnest money. So if you go to the agent and say $5,000 earnest money, non-refundable, does that tell the agent that you're serious or not serious?
Very serious.
Okay, so does that answer your question?
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Also, the non-refundable part was also important because a lot of investors will put that EMD down and then they'll yank
Cancel
it
the
back.
deal, yeah. What was your question?
He answered it. I was asking you what he answered it. I was asking about contingencies.
Okay, cool.
But there are no contingencies, which I get.
Yeah.
But then also as an agent with the earnest money,
So this is
if
high
it's not
level.
refundable, you can tell your client, look, in worst case scenario,
We make $5,000.
then you get $5,000.
Yeah.
I mean, what's,
So it's a win-win.
Yeah.
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 What, this is just the pitch, but one of the things that we would do contingent is I have to go walk it.
That's what I was saying.
And then I'll put the
because
5K, but that comes after.
That's what
Like
I
the
asked.
first is, here's what I'm gonna offer you.
Right.
And then they'll be like, oh, I like that. Okay, cool. Can I go see it today and tomorrow? And then I'll send it in. That way,
Still
it's
contingent,
still
but not
contingent, but
contingent.
yeah.
But
yeah.
yeah.
You just gotta know how to date, you know what I'm saying?
But you're slowly really.
Yeah.
Hey, we get to go to Prescott together?
Let's do it.
You know,
Wait, do you drive the
you know the
rolls?
feeling you guys have
Sure.
when somebody says, you're watching her make a commitment like that, $5,000 non-refundable 2 weeks, that feeling you have of, oh shit, that's a commitment. Every newbie on the planet will feel that as well. Therefore, they will not even offer it. Somebody who's experienced goes, I can offer that and still have 2 or 3 days to shop it to my buyers list to see if anybody's actually interested. And in that time frame, I go visit the house and I tell the agent, hey, probably not a good fit. I noticed X, Y, and Z. So you have an informal yet kind of formal verbal offer
Mhm.
that you don't actually have to put anything on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Be very careful when you navigate that too, because they may see that as like not as serious or non-committal or somebody wasting their time. So you have to be very communicative during that time to be like, okay, wonderful. Let me go check it out. Like kind of show them your commitment in other ways versus putting it on paper so that you're completely transparent without having to actually get a contract
Because
together.
if you want to have the future relationship with them,
Correct.
and it
This
doesn't
is the
work
long
out,
term. Yep. Marathon.
Yeah.
So Ingrid, then will you basically say, I'm gonna, either I'm gonna send someone on my team to go walk it tomorrow?
Yeah.
And then by, I don't know, end of day tomorrow, you'll either have a written offer for me or not?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, for us newbies that are doing this, who's our,
Guys, I'm going to say this one time, and I want you to memorize this. You are part of a community with literally 27,000 people. There is a Kyle Kargas and an Ingrid Hernandez in every single zip code in this country. Don't ever ask the question of who is going to be my closer after you leave here. Are we all on the same page? You need to do the work. There are 1,000 Kyle Kargases, 1,000 Pace Morbys, and 1,000 Ingrid Hernandez that are like, I need Darren to come and bring me an opportunity. Thousands. So just because you leave this room doesn't mean your journey is over. It means your journey is beginning. You need to go, what city are you in? Okay. Oh my gosh. Nita Patel. I was just texting with like 15 people. Michael Malisco. Michael's unbelievable. Does 100+ deals a year. One of the most creative people ever. Calls himself Creative Mike. Unbelievable. I was just texting him this morning. He does Chicago meetups. There's not a zip code in the country that does not have a Michael. Okay? I'm saying that really strong, not because I'm angry, but I want you guys to remember that. Because you're going to go, well, what if I'm not on Team Pace after I leave? What if I'm not on Team Ingrid after I leave? You'll have somebody better than me. Okay? Whatever city you're in, there is somebody. I could give you the name, but then also I'm robbing you of the fact that you need to go network and become friends with these people. Go to the physical go to our community meetups, and you will meet all the people that want to do deals with you. And they all know how to do all this stuff. Yes.
Is that a wholesale deal?
It could be a wholesale deal. So if Jamil's getting involved, probably it's going to be a wholesale deal. And here's what's going to happen. We got to make Kyle make a call. We're 3 minutes late to his call. This is why sometimes 20 minutes is actually better than 15 minutes. Gosh, dang it.
We're learning.
We're learning. It's probably best to keep it at 15. We just need to be better. What's happening here is they don't know. What's happening is you guys are already overthinking everything.
Yeah.
You're overthinking it. It's like, run to second base. Yeah, but what if I get out? Run to second base. Right? Like, what'll happen a lot of times is people will go, well, how do you even know if it's a good deal before I call? So how many people in here are guilty of that you want to look at the numbers before you make the call? Worst possible thing you could do. Ever. Literally it's the number one mistake you'll ever make is running any sort of numbers before you make a call, because then you're not realizing that the conversation was about the relationship with the agent, not the relationship with your spreadsheet. Okay? Spreadsheets are never going to pay you anything. The agents will. So Ingrid did
sheets.
get it. Yeah, you're a freak in the sheets.
Spreadsheets.
Spreadsheets, yeah. So what she's doing is she's exploring. She doesn't know. She's just discovering what the next thing is, and she's building rapport with the agent. And at the end of the day, will this deal work out in Prescott? Who knows? But what she's showing this agent, really, in my opinion, is, hey, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go check out the property. Here's what I'm willing to offer you. As long as things are good, I'll go check it out. Now she's in the running. She's texting. She's building rapport. You will notice at the very beginning of a lot of these calls, these agents are unsure of who you are, right? And so they're sniffing your butt like a dog, right? And so in the first 30, 40 seconds, you're building rapport. She's giving her a chance to just build extra rapport by going to the house.
So she's conveying confidence and competence.
Correct, yeah.
And Ingrid, did your confidence come from the fact that
Jamil. Oh, he knows the joke.
Oh.
That Jamil told you right away.
As a first 100 deals this guy over here did, what's your name? Pace? Was all through Jamil.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy creates millionaires.
He underwrote it right away.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know Prescott. Ask my husband how many times I'm like, I don't know where Prescott.
Like Nita Patel or anybody in that town, you've got probably I'd say a good 300 leaders are in the Chicagoland area. When Jamil and I go out to meetups out there, it's insane. Wow. We have incredible leadership. Chester, Texan, holy crap.
I'm so sorry, Kyle. He's sabotaging.
Sorry, Chester. Okay, hey.
All good.
So you've got amazing gangsters that will just text you. Like Chester's a flipper there, and he'll just go, oh yeah, I'll buy it at this price. So you'll have all of that in any market you're in.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great questions.
Let's buy
So
that for
great.
75 because I get a commission and then I could just distribute that.
Well, if we can write that out, put runners in there, I might have some interest.
All right. I'll put that address in our WhatsApp. You tell me what's up, okay?
Okay.
Sorry, mom pun. They're worse. They're worse. I love how coordinated you are. I mean, that color of the hat is.
Yes, it pays. Is that your thing?
It's also St. Patrick's.
I'm wearing I have green.
There's green in his.
Little.
He wants to pin back.
Yeah, if we haven't called twice, we haven't called once. Just FYI.
Ah, Property Investors LLC.
Two deals. So then it can come in.
The caller ID came up with.
Oh.
So Andrea told me she only plays with tenants. She doesn't do property management.
That's interesting because you can't really make a lot of money doing that. At least I don't think.
But maybe it's the way she lead generates.
I'm sure you talked to her about like non-traditional buyers.
I did, of course.
Like she's got
Hey,
a,
come to my showcase on Friday.
Call has
Yeah.
been forwarded to an automated voice messaging
Just
system.
to send it to her. Sarami's
Four,
gonna get us
eight.
the link
0.
so that if we care to share, we will.
do you ever leave voice memos?
Sometimes on the second call, a lot of times I like to text first.
Okay, I'm the same way. I don't like doing voice mails. I just like to text, and sometimes I'll like take a selfie and just text it so they know I'm a real person. Go, hey, my name's Pace. I'm just calling you about the blah 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 house, and I take a selfie, and I'm like, sometimes I just put a thumbs up. Really simple.
Yeah.
Any questions?
This group has lots of questions.
I love it. I love the questions.
What she responded?
She said, let's do, no, just kidding. No response right now.
John,
I'm
oh,
excited.
Giancarlo walked out.
No,
Wholesale it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got tons of buyers up north that would love that. And so, and if it doesn't wholesale, we would be non-refundable on our earnest money regardless. If we contract it, we're gonna go hard on the EMD. So we try to wholesale it for sure. On the other side of that, the numbers make sense for a flip. And so we could make a determination on whether or not we wanted to flip it. But I'm like 99% certain that would be a quick $10,000 assignment fee.
Yeah,
So, can I ask another question?
Sure. Can we make sure we grab you a mic?
just leave it
Yeah,
at your
because you
desk.
got to remember, you're not. Oh,
Isn't there a mic there?
I'm so sorry.
Um,
It does. I promise you, it helps the people watching.
I know, but now I forget what I was saying. Okay,
Flipping,
no, so if,
wholesaling,
so you said it's not even on the market yet.
correct.
And so if you're gonna try and pick it up from this agent,
Uh-huh.
are you gonna pay her a full commission? Because as an agent, you would want
She never discussed it, but the reality is that as a buyer, right now, I'm the one who has the precarious relationship and I need to discuss like commissions. She's about to list a property for a homeowner.
Yeah.
She has a listing agreement with that homeowner. Her homeowner has already agreed to pay her 3%. So because I'm coming in as a cash buyer, I may do one of two things. I might say, hey, is your seller willing to pay an additional 3% to a buyer's agent? If so, represent me.
Yeah,
So she can make an additional 3% because I don't want that money. I'll let her have it. She brought the deal. She wanted, let's let her double pay. If the seller is not interested in paying that, let's say, hey, no problem. I don't need a representation. I'm a big boy. I can handle myself in a transaction. I'll just self-represent.
Okay, hey, Kyle's call. Kyle's.
Okay.
Hello, this is Kyle.
Erica, I was just giving you a call back. Sorry, I was on the other line.
Yes, Erica, how are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
Great, great. Calling about Flower Street. I know you spoke to my team already, but I wasn't
I
able.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. You haven't talked to him yet. Okay, well, that makes more sense. I was trying to call him to ask him some questions about it. How's that listing going?
We're still getting showings. They said that, well, there's one that's supposed to be sending an offer today. They just said they were working up numbers still with their client to see if they can make it work. So we're getting showings. It's just the bad part is just having a tenant in place and just being able to show it.
So
I
tough.
think we bypassed about 4 buyers that couldn't reschedule, so it's just making a little bit more difficult.
Right. Okay. That offer that hopefully is coming, traditional then? Or
Yes.
okay, awesome. That's fantastic, especially with the tenant involved.
Yeah.
Right. So
we'll
tough.
see what it comes in at, but I'm not sure. He hasn't said.
Okay, gotcha. So the tenants at least being, letting people in the best they can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Is there gonna be, how long is the lease though? Is it almost up?
It's every 30 days, but the tenant has said once it goes under contract, then within the next 30 days, he'll vacate.
Okay, pretty much has a plan then in place.
Yes.
Okay, love it. And where are they going?
They haven't said. I know he works in Texas, so that's something that he's considering. but he hasn't told me, or the owner either, so.
Okay, gotcha. Well, one idea that's just popping in my head right now, like obviously I'm calling about the house. But I always sell my houses on seller finance, right? So I can, I don't need the money right now, so I want to get the most money I can. So there's a chance that that tenant would rather get in and buy like a lease option, get into home ownership. Like I'll seller finance the whole thing for him and get you paid on that as well. I mean, you can make commission on that too.
As far as him, like right now, having a hard money loan, how does that work with you?
Yeah, so it wouldn't be hard money because I'd give him an amazing rate, honestly. Most of the houses that I sell are at bank rates or lower, right? Because affordability is the problem,
Yeah,
right? So what we would do is we have a bunch of houses. In fact, we do a buyer showcase like every 2 weeks here because I mean that's how I have to fill these houses. So I mean he could come in person, but either way, if you wanted to let me know kind of once you talk to him, let me know what type of house he's looking for. We can shoot him over a few just to give him an idea of what we kind of have in inventory and take it from there.
okay, the seller hasn't told me if his tenant was looking at a seller finance type of thing, but
Yeah.
I could ask him to see if that conversation even came up.
Yeah, I'll just run it by him. Might as well, right? Earn an extra bonus too at the same time, right? Cool. Okay, so we'll make sure we do that. Now on this specific house then, so if you already got the offer, if it's a traditional, is it close to asking though?
I have not received it yet. He said it was coming today.
Okay, got it. So then, honestly, I was gonna look at cash first on this. And so if it's anywhere close to the listing price, right, I'm not the right buyer for you. And you should just take that other offer, right? But what I can do is I can check back in with you maybe tomorrow, the day after, and let's see if that offer came in. If it didn't, let's talk about the cash. And we could also look, I was thinking cash, but are you familiar with creative finance as well? We could talk about that too.
I am not, no.
Okay, something else we could do, because I could get your seller full list price if they were open. It's kind of like how I sell my other houses, seller finance. It's hey, if he sells his house, seller finance, he's gonna get the most money too.
Right.
Right? So we could explore that as well. But I guess it just comes down to this other offer. What do you think the chances are it's coming in, you think?
It's hard to say.
Brutal.
Just because with the conversation I had with him yesterday, he wasn't sure if one of the bedrooms was actually a bedroom. So he says he's an investor too.
Okay.
So when I told him with it already having it in its tax records, already having the square footage, and then also having at least an opening to the back, like with the slider, then he was more like, okay, yeah, I tried telling my client that's what it was. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know how this investor is going to come back and spin it.
Right. And that's why he had to see it, right? He had to walk it because that stuff was important.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. I love it. So, okay. Let me ask you another question. So, because this house, let's just put that on pause until maybe you give me an answer later today or tomorrow on that other offer. But I'd love to make more money with you, right? I mean, we're buying multiple houses every month. Like, where's most of your listings coming from right now?
Really, so the flower is actually with an investor. So I work with him in different areas. And then I have some in the East Valley as well. So that's just it's just very sporadic, not one certain area.
Got it. Okay, so a lot of them come from kind of this investor and other investors as well. Would you say most of them are coming from investors for you?
Yes, and then my husband is also an investor as well. So we sell our own homes.
That's why we have to hang out, right? It's the best to be hanging out with other investors, right? And do deals together. It's win-win across the board. So, okay, I bet we could do lots of deals all the time. So we should probably, what side of the valley are you on? I'm in the East Valley.
I'm in the East Valley as well.
You don't happen to be in Gilbert, do you?
Just south. I'm in Queen Creek.
Okay, fair enough. We're close enough. I'm in Gilbert.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we should connect right? And let's figure out a way to make some serious money where we can get you guys paid on your being the agent, but also on a lot of these non-qualified buyers, right? Like if they have other tenants, like we could help, you can make double on almost every transaction.
Okay, and this is through the company that, do you send me the email or was it someone?
So my team might have sent you the email. A lot of times we send a soft offer at first, so that might have been us. But
Yes.
honestly, leads come from all sorts of ways, right?
Yeah. Okay, so that's what I was thinking too. I was like, oh, is this the same person that sent me the email?
I thought so. That's why I kind of thought you had talked to my team, but
Yeah.
either way, we could be friends.
Yeah. Okay, so then, so with that offer that he sent over, how does that one work?
Gotcha. Well, if it was ours, most of the time we send over a kind of a cash offer and a creative offer. So that's what I was referring to. Like when I can give them full price, it's okay. The trade-off is they're not obviously getting all the money at closing. We guarantee them all the money. That's why I love to sell that way, right? Because I'm locking in my profit and then I just collect it over time. So,
Yeah.
I could look at the numbers. So the soft offer we sent you, right? It's my job to kind of look a little deeper on it. So if you guys are open to that, I can look deeper and we can, I think that's perfect for tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Once he sends it over, I'll let you know, and then I can give you a call tomorrow.
Perfect. Yeah, let's talk tomorrow and I can answer all the rest of those questions. And
Okay.
if it's not this one, I mean, let's make some money on something else. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Erica. Appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Okay, real quick, because we made him call really late. Couple of things. Great questions. These are the moments where things open up. How are you getting your listings? What did we find out when he asked that question?
Works for the investor.
I get all my listings from investors. In fact, my husband and I are investors, right? So he didn't have a ton of time because we crammed him on this thing, but I would have immediately asked, like, well, what are you guys looking for?
Yeah.
Because they could also be a buyer on a flip that we find today.
Yeah, this is true.
That's true.
Yeah, I thought you were
They
gonna
could also
like,
be
"Oh,
borrowers.
It could be borrowed. Oh,
I thought that's where he was gonna.
let me
go
call
with
her
that.
real fast.
They could be buyers, borrowers.
Talk to Kyle, but he.
Let me,
can do all the things.
let's call her back real fast.
No, shut.
How do you work this thing?
It's an Android. Uh-oh. Oh my God, somebody take a
Which
picture
one
of
is,
this.
I don't know.
Somebody video it.
Inspection one.
This one right here? Okay.
I'll send you the manual.
Paste it
I'll send you the
in.
manual.
And be like,
Oh, she called me back from the other number.
Oh, she did.
Hang up and call that one number about.
Our spam one, 712 or 218, that one?
Yeah,
How does this work?
it's the same dial.
Where's the crank on the side that has like a?
He thought that she was trying to tell you they have hard money on it.
They do.
They do. The main house that we were calling about, she did say that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
They can't. They can't.
there's so many things that I have taught, I picked up from this call that I want to point out to everybody. Number one, you will run into sellers that go, I have 5 Subto offers. The next call you talk to, they go, I've never heard of creative finance.
Okay.
Just FYI. So when somebody says to you, let's say in the Facebook group, like all I have done is talk to agents that have gotten 5 Subto offers. What do I do? The answer is
Call another one.
make a second call, you liar. Because they only made one call. You'll see that every other call is like, I don't know what creative finance is. You have to explain it. The next call is like, I have 5 Subto offers. Okay, it's hit or miss. And when somebody has already been offered Subto offers, those are actually way easier than ones that don't know what creative finance is in the first place. Okay, for me, because I don't speak Spanish, I just speak creative finance. So really good things on that call. Lots. I like the pivot. I like that you went away from the house pretty quickly. I also thought you were really smart about how you asked her, like, hey, are you familiar with creative finance? I liked how you were like really soft and subtle about that. Anyway, when we call her back tomorrow for your follow-up, I would even have somebody on your team follow up there like, hey, I forgot to ask you, I'm texting you. I forgot to ask you, do you and your husband need hard money? We lend money on all sorts of projects. I would do a follow-up right now on her and see if there's any projects that you can fund for anything or even refinances they need for other things.
Right.
Okay.
Do you need long-term because of that tenant situation?
She's gonna call back shortly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What I was going to do, why I took your phone, is I was going to go, hey, what's your name?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Erica. So I was going to go, sorry, well, last second, I was going to get on the phone and go, hey, Eric, this is Erica, this is Pace. I was listening to Kyle's conversation with you. I'm his partner, and I'm in the other office, and I'm the lending part of our company. And he didn't ask you about lending because he's not the lender. I'm the lender. How can I give you money? That's what I was going to say to her, but we can do it tomorrow too. You got a juicy house.
I got a $1.9 million house in Goodyear.
Oh my gosh, that's the biggest house.
Amazing.
Grace.
Yep. Well, let's see what we can do. Her name is Alexis. And I'm
Sorry. That's another mom.
mom joke. Yep. Amazing.
A mom pun is what you said. That's hilarious.
You've reached Alexis and
No. I didn't reach you, Alexis.
hello.
Hi, Alexis. Jamil here. I was supposed to call you 7 minutes ago. I apologize. Do you still have a couple minutes?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just at my son's baseball practice, so bear with me.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Is he good, or are you like? I'm
It's good. We're just
awesome.
playing catch and he's about to start.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I'll be as quick as I can. I was phoning on the Porter Drive house you've got listed in Goodyear. You know, I'm buying and selling houses in the valley all the time, and this one just caught my eye first because I hadn't seen, you know, a nearly $2 million house ever in Goodyear before. But then I looked at it and I'm like, wow, that's a nice house. But I imagine you guys are having some challenges with a price point like that in the West Valley in this current market.
Well, we are only because it's just such a unique property. It was built with ICF construction. So the seller is very much aware that this is going to take some time. He's also the builder.
Okay.
So he's not in any rush to sort of like reduce the price or anything like that.
Okay.
I imagine you're an investor looking for some type of deal. I'm not sure if that's going to be this house.
Yes. It may or may not. And I love how you like pegged me like immediately. I'm an investor for sure.
I
And
get these calls all day.
yeah, I get it. I get it. I get them too, because I sell a lot of my homes as well. And sometimes I've got to talk to guys like myself all the time. But I'm a little different than the average investor because I've got lots of ways to get a deal done. So I understand your seller is not super motivated for a cash deal, is not looking to really give the house away, which I wouldn't imagine, you know, given the fact that it's a beautiful home.
Yeah, and he's the builder.
And he's the builder of it.
You know,
Attachment for sure.
ties to
Was he
it,
living there by chance?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
and
it's just
he still is. He
okay.
owns multiple properties.
Got it.
He's moving out of the country.
Where's he going? There's a lot of people leaving the country. It's weird, you know, like I
He's had this plan. He's not originally from here.
okay.
So he's moving back to Portugal.
My sister's moving to Portugal.
Oh,
It's
wild.
what is happening. And I talked to a woman last week who's like, who has seminars where she's teaching people how to move to Portugal. Like, what is going on there?
I don't know, other than he's from there. So
What are you doing this summer? Want to go to Portugal with me? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But maybe. Anyways, look, see, here was my thought, right? Because I get it. He's not gonna sell this at a discount, nor should he. But does he have financing attached that he may be interested in leaving in place if I can meet the $1.9 million number? Because here's the thing. I have a lot of friends like me who are self-employed that make a ton of money.
but they just can't get loans, right? They can't get a bank loan because they don't show enough income or they're, number of reasons. And if he would be open to that and we could get him a nice sizable down payment, I might be able to put this deal together at his asking price, which I think if he's got other deals like this in the similar area, might help him with the comps and whatnot. I'm making assumptions here. I don't really know what it is, but
Possibly. I'm not sure that there is anything left on the home.
so he owns it free and clear.
He might. It's very likely that he does.
So
To
here,
be honest, I can't recall off the top of my head, but he does it's very likely that he does.
okay, I'm thinking now as your client, right? Because I do this too, and he's got a maximum $500,000 homestead exemption when he sells this house with the IRS, meaning anything over 500,000 that he makes, he's going to pay in taxes. Now, because he's the builder, my understanding is he's making money on this. He has to have been, right? So
yeah, I mean, he didn't build it with the intent of making money. He built it with the intent of staying here and living in it.
Right.
I understand.
But Father Time has paid him handsomely, I imagine, just in, appreciation. And so he could really benefit from an owner finance situation with me where, he's the bank. I keep him in as the bank. He takes payments on the house over time. That completely wipes out his tax obligation because he's taking, bits of money as he goes along. And that way, I mean, literally, if I give him $1.9 million cash for this house right now, 40% of his profits going to the IRS. If he does an owner finance deal with me over time, he can be living out in Portugal and he gets to screw Uncle Sam of the 40% they're going to try to steal from him on this house anyways. And so
totally get that.
there is a real play here.
There totally is. And I'm not downplaying that. I just think I have a pretty good feeling that he is planning on using the funds.
Okay.
Pretty quickly. That's the only thing. But what I'll say is, I mean, put something in writing.
Okay.
I always say put it in writing because that's how things actually start.
Writing confuses people sometimes though. It might just be better that you and I and him get on a call and I just explain what, who I am, what I'm about, and why I'm making the pitch I'm making. And then if we have a meeting of the minds together, then, we take it to the next step and put something in writing.
We could definitely do that. Why don't I at least have the discussion with him?
Okay.
To start.
Okay.
And we'll start there.
Sure.
And then.
So you don't want to go to Portugal with me next summer, is what you're saying? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I tried to be a comedian once upon a time, and obviously I never made it because I'm doing real estate in Phoenix, Arizona. But what do you do?
Well, I noticed you're in LA, so.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah. I came from Los Angeles way before all the others came from Los Angeles. I moved here in 2012.
Okay, nice. Yeah, nice. That's when I moved here from Los Angeles.
Oh, cool. What part of LA were you in?
I was in Studio City.
Nice. I was just in that little the Hollywood Hills area, like Franklin Village, Gower, and I lived in that little pocket. It was fun. It was fun,
Nice.
but LA is not what it was in 2012. It's turned into a trash can, but whatever,
I know. I get it.
Okay, so you're going to talk to your client about that. Possibly we can do a seller finance deal, maybe not. I wanted to also just leave this bug in your ear because I do a few other things and he might find some interest in this. I'm a lender too. And so if he's got other deals that he wants to kind of play around with before he goes to Portugal and wants to maybe get a couple of things completed and potentially is looking for some cash, I can help with that. Also, for you, if you're getting calls from, buyers who are saying, I'm having a hard time qualifying with a 7% loan, I've got houses that I sell with existing financing on them as well. And so I think there's like a ton of ways you and I can play tic-tac-toe here. We just got to figure out what it is.
Yep. Okay, will you do me a favor and just email me some of like the basic things we talked about, some of the basic terms. If you have like a
the subject line, I'm going to say Portugal, summer in Portugal 2025.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. So you'll know who it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. But,
and then I'll call you back tomorrow. Is there time tomorrow, do you think? is that too soon? If you want to have some time so you can, okay.
Tomorrow, I'm all over the place, so if I usually answer. If I miss you, I'll call you back.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Are you getting most of your listings from word of mouth, or are you marketing for it?
I really don't do any marketing. I'm referral based. I've been doing this almost a decade, so I'm mostly referral based. And many of my clients are cash buyers.
Nice. So how do you hang out with the cash buyer crowd, and you and I haven't crossed paths yet?
My husband works in baseball, and so
ball players. I used to let those guys stay in my Airbnbs, and I don't do that anymore. You probably know why.
few types of ball players.
Yeah. Hilarious. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Let's chat tomorrow. And there may be a deal here, there may not be a deal, but regardless, it's been a fun chat.
Thank you. And I appreciate your professionalism.
Thank you.
I've talked to a lot of investors and it doesn't always go like this. Usually I end up hanging up.
Well, I'm happy you didn't hang up on me today. I would have had a bad night if you did.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Bye, Alexis.
Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. See you. Bye. Hey.
Oh, wait, she said she's married, right? Because
Yeah.
this is
Was she a little flirty?
was she a little flirty?
I was a little flirty.
Okay.
Was I flirty?
Yeah.
I was flirty.
Just a little bit. I was like, you're gonna take her to Portugal.
I mean,
Let's
come
go.
on. I gotta use
All
my guy, right?
A couple of things I really liked. Let me act like your client. Let me act like your client. I really like that. And you positioned yourself and said, let me explain, like, if I was your client, because I do this a lot too, that was really good. One thing that you guys will run into so many times with agents is they'll say, yeah, put that in writing, send it over to me. What are they really saying?
Get ready.
How serious are you?
Okay, so I'm gonna, with the fear of sounding very, stereotyping, to stereotype her.
How we do? It's human nature.
She does not need to make money.
No.
Yes, correct.
She has a husband that makes the money and she does real estate on the side.
Yes.
And so she's like, yeah, put it in writing. What does that say? That means I don't want to do the work and explain this to my client. So can I just get
I'll forward it.
I'll forward it. And if he says yes, then I'll put you in touch with each other. But you're going to make me explain something I don't actually understand. Yeah, no, thanks. And so she's trying to get you to do the work. And your pivot was so good. You said, people don't understand writing. Let's just get on a call. And although it was briefly awkward for a second, oh my gosh, so good. Such a great pivot. I loved how, that's one of my favorite things to do is like, well, if your client's anything like me, they probably can't even read. So phenomenal. Great call. Really great call.
4:15, eh?
Yep.
Sorry, Kyle, didn't let. You didn't check mark as many as you normally do, but I feel like she was the type that you couldn't.
But we're going on holiday next.
Hi, Lori. How are you? This is Ingrid.
Hi, Ingrid. How can I help you?
Hey, I'm calling about that property on Lawndale Street. Is it still available?
Yes, it is.
Oh, awesome. Have you guys received any offers? I know that the Mesa market is starting to pick up just a little bit more. Everybody wants to go to East Valley.
Well, it's funny that you say that. I just showed it today. They are discussing it and are supposed to get in touch with me potentially tomorrow. In answer to your question, no, I do not, but I may hear pretty quickly. Are you wanting to show it?
Fantastic. Well, I would be the investor buying it.
Okay.
I mean, you could show it to me if you'd like.
Okay. When are you available to take a look at it?
I could take a look at it tomorrow, probably around lunchtime. But do you know if they're willing to consider a different price, or are they kind of stuck on it, or if maybe I could get a little bit more perspective?
You know, it's going to depend on the offer. Are you wanting them to sell or carry?
Are they willing to?
They have looked, they have talked. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of a car wash right now.
Oh, those are so fun, actually. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah. There was an investor who talked to them about a seller carry. They talked about some terms.
Mhm.
The investor was supposed to call me back today and I have not heard from him. So
Typical
they-
wannabe. Uh-huh.
they would prefer not to do a seller carry.
Mm-hmm.
But bottom line is it's gonna depend on the terms.
Of course, of course.
So
I love it. And Lori, do you have a lot of experience with these types of offers?
what seller carries?
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, well, I would love to walk you through it because those are my favorite.
Yeah. Most of my sellers are not interested in seller carries. So, because honestly, most of my, they've got to pay off to take care of it. Sorry, now I'm going through the wind tunnel here.
That's okay. I still can't hear anything. You must be in one of those fancy cars because I don't hear anything.
No, it's not a fancy car. It's just, it's a 16 Mazda. So it's just, it's a good realtor car.
Solid.
It will hold signs and staging materials.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
And all the kids throw up from like your clients. Yeah, I get it. Uh-huh.
no, I'm not into fancy, I'm into functional. So
That a girl.
I'm a worker.
Let's work some deals together, Lori. I love this. I love an active agent, honestly. So I'm an investor and an agent in Arizona. My favorite place to buy is the East Valley. So Mesa, Chandler, Gilbert. And if I can buy them on seller financing, that's my favorite. One of my favorite deals I ever bought was a 0 interest over their listing price out in Sedona. Like the gal wanted $550 and I was like, how about I do you one better and give you $600,000? And because I did that, we were able to make a deal strike, especially since she was so sad that she bought that same condo 2.5 years before I bought it at 600. So I helped her not lose bigly on that property. Yeah. So similar here, I love to just give sellers the price they want if it's like reasonable. And then just work through the terms, like you said, Lori. Like especially Mesa, it's high in demand. It becomes a win-win all around, and so I'm totally down with that. If you are, let me underwrite it. So that other investor that kind of send you some terms, or is there anything you liked about it that you would consider?
So they sent us some terms and we basically sent back some terms.
Sure.
And then he emailed me last night, said he was going to call me today and I haven't heard from him. Hey, listen, I've got to let you go. I've got to take care of a phone call here in about 2 minutes. So if you don't, I'm going to text you my email address.
Yeah.
And you have my telephone number and we can talk more. My day tomorrow is pretty much booked solid. I have, home tour in the morning. I have 2 listing appointments and then I have an inspection.
Hey,
So
this is a lot of dirty talk to me because I really love these active. I think I'm going to have to go through a car wash. Okay.
Yeah. So that's not my typical days, but it is my day tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'll text you my information. If you're an agent and you want to go see Lawndale, it is on Armless Lockbox. You
Okay.
can request them through Align Showings and you can see it tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we can touch base here in the next couple of days.
Absolutely. But I want you to learn both the seller and the buyer side because I would love to do more of these deals with you. So I would love if you could also represent me on this. And then, then you could really present a lot more opportunities for your clients in the future. So yeah, let's do it. I will see what we have going on tomorrow. And then maybe on Wednesday, we can catch back up and see how we can put this together.
Okay, very good.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Lori.
Thank
Have a
you
good
very
one.
much.
Okay, bye-bye. I know I didn't. I know. I didn't want to check everything off because she was in a
Phenomenal.
hurry, but I was like, I'm getting a permanent one right here.
More things were
Big
negative.
time.
You got a really great couple of lines. So first thing I wrote down before you even said anything really to her, she's an A-type personality. I wrote it down immediately.
Mhm.
She's a fast personality.
Mhm.
You started off slow, which actually kind of forced her to slow down a little bit, which was great. You asked some really great questions. She also says, are you going to offer creative finance? Oh my gosh, are they willing to do that? What an amazing way to answer.
Yes.
Okay, great way to answer, guys. That's such a great tip. When somebody throws that out at you, you immediately go, oh my gosh, yeah. If they're willing to, that'd be great. Don't feel ashamed when somebody says, oh, creative finance? Is this a creative finance offer? Or the guy that I talked to, this isn't a creative finance offer, is it? Right? You don't, like, heck yeah, if they're willing to,
Yeah.
lean right into it.
Yeah.
She did a great job on that. Also, she asked what type of terms. Okay, what type of terms, and all of a sudden you find out that that person sent over an offer to their client and they already sent terms back. Like they've already gotten really deep into the seller finance thing. Okay. The challenge with this agent is she's never done a creative finance deal. And so I write down, if you're an agent that doesn't understand creative finance, and then you're another agent that does understand creative finance, which one of you will have more clients that understand creative finance? When somebody says, well, I don't have clients that want to do creative finance, because you're the agent that's supposed to coach them on creative finance. And so I love that Ingrid was like, oh, this is a great opportunity for a permanent relationship with this lady. Let me walk her through and teach her how to do this stuff. She'll be a bird dog for me for the rest of my life. Great job, Ingrid. Everybody give it up for Ingrid. Okay, so that is the type of agent, just like Josh, that probably does a good 15 to 20 listings a year.
She got a Mazda.
She's got a Mazda.
So
She's smart.
That one is working. Two listing appointments. She's got open house signs in the back. That one is cooking.
she talked dirty to me.
Yeah, that was great.
For sure.
So good.
I also, by the way, I fantasized when I was younger, become a comedian myself.
You did?
I swear to God.
You
yeah.
are, in a lot of ways.
Legit are.
Yeah.
You've done great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, great job, Ingrid. Man, I never have good Gary calls.
Is his name Gary?
That'd be great.
You sure?
Yeah.
Do you believe in manifesting?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Jamil, with him going, he was a successful builder in the Phoenix area. With him going to Portugal, would you ever consider like saying, hey, if you need any funding, for a business in Portugal, like
He did that.
mind.
He said if your client ever needs money for anything,
For
yeah.
Okay.
deals he wants to wrap up or any other reasons, we can possibly help him with that.
Okay.
Hey Gary, it's Pace. How you doing, brother? Gary, this is Pace. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm calling about the house on Dove in Mesa, on Mesa Drive. How's the listing going? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you need?
Did you guys get the LOI that my team sent over?
No.
We sent over a cash offer and we sent over a creative finance offer as well. If your clients are interested in anything like that, did you not get the email from my team?
Is that Amy?
No, it's a gentleman named Myron.
I'll look, but I haven't got anything.
Oh, dang. Okay, cool. I'll reach out to Myron. How's the listing going? Is your client open to any sort of creative finance?
Depending on the terms.
Love it. Have you guys already had some offers that they've turned down, that terms that they don't like?
Yeah, they don't like what is it? The amortization period.
Oh, so they want a balloon.
Yeah, correct.
What's their year time frame? Okay, they want to be out. Are they a little bit older crowd? Is that what's going on? They want to be paid off pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not worried about maybe making a little bit less money on the interest if they get paid off on a short balloon?
They probably do 6%. I mean, I don't know.
And are they in the house?
No, it's vacant.
Okay, interesting. So they've already moved on. They are interested in seller finance. How far did you guys get in that conversation with the last investors?
Not too far because the amortization period wasn't good.
Okay. And I imagine you're not getting the cash offers you need to get the deal closed either.
I don't know about that.
But you are getting cash offers?
Well, from investors.
And they're all lowballing you?
Well, it depends if we do financing.
I mean, yeah, if they're doing a cash offer, they're going to lowball you. If you do seller finance, they're going to pay you full retail, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
And so what can we do to convince your seller to go beyond the 3 years?
Nothing.
Higher purchase price, higher interest?
Yeah, probably nothing.
Interesting. I'm curious why that is. Just out of just pure curiosity, why would they want such a short balloon?
Well, that's typically what I deal with.
On the seller side?
Yeah, 3 years.
Man, you and I run in different crowds. Most of the time I see sellers are willing to do like 10, 15 years, especially if the seller's getting the number that they want. Your sellers are coming to the table right out of the gate saying they want to be paid off in 3 years and get a short balloon?
Yeah.
Holy moly. What happens if the house doesn't appraise in 3 years?
Well,
And if it doesn't?
well, I mean, you've got to come up 3 years. You've got to come up with the money. You're in the contract. Yes.
Wow, man, that's tough.
Yeah.
If the rates don't go, okay, well, cool. Maybe this house is a house that you and I can't make money on. Do you have other houses maybe I could work on? Anything else I could buy? Is it your, what else are you doing to make money? Are you guys flipping? Say that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How can I help? What do you guys need deals? What do you guys need?
Deals are good.
Okay, and what market, what part of the value you guys buying in? Because I probably buy 2 cash deals a week that I can't handle. And so I'll just wholesale them to my buddies and make a quick like $3,000 to $5,000. What part of the value you guys buying in?
Yeah, Phoenix North.
Okay, Phoenix North. And you guys are trying to stay under what ARV? Like what price point are you trying to stay underneath? 300. Okay, and that's your exit or is that your entrance? Okay, cool. So you want to be somewhere around like a 500,000 exit.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And how many houses can you guys handle per year?
Honestly,
Yeah.
probably 12.
Okay, cool. You've got good contractors, good financing, or do you guys need help with that too?
No, I've got that.
Okay, cool. So I do a lot of hard money. I probably loan on 5 or 6 deals a week. Mostly on deals that I didn't find, but I will fund on deals that I find as well. If I get you a deal, let's say this week, do I text it to you or is there somebody else on your team to text it to? Okay. And how quick can you give me a response? If I've got like, especially if I have a seller that's in foreclosure, for example, I get a ton of people that are in foreclosure. They're going to go into foreclosure in 3 days. They're going to be on the auction at the auction in 3 days. Can you guys get me an answer to something like within 24 hours of me sending it over to you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And just via text, I get an answer in 24 hours. You guys typically can close within what? 7 days, 10 days?
So the sooner the better.
Okay, cool. So doesn't sound like you're really looking for listings at all.
Listings. I mean, it's all shit.
Okay, so you primarily just fixing and flipping, and then you guys also have a portfolio as well?
We got one flipper going right now.
Okay. Are you building a rental portfolio on top of that or no?
Yeah.
Dude, you are freaking you've got it made. Okay, so the one way you and I can make money is I bring you fix and flips.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, easy, no problem. We'll start sending you texts. Ingrid, what'd you say? Oh, I don't think he's going to run into that. Sorry, my transaction coordinator is talking to me. She wants to know, do you ever run into buyers that can't get qualified for mortgages because we do a lot of seller finance on our houses as well?
Well, that I would take upon myself to do. You know what I mean?
Meaning you would just seller finance some of your properties to them?
I would buy it from them.
Oh, you know how many seller finance deals? I probably buy 4 Subto or seller finance deals a week here in Phoenix, Arizona. I could just sell them to you as rentals. Do you want some of those? Okay, I'd say how many houses do we have on our website right now? 15. Ingrid says we have 15 houses that you could buy Subto seller finance, no bank involved whatsoever, and we'll hand the financing over to you.
What's your website?
nobankloanhomes.com. Very cool, man. What are you eating?
I'm having some corned beef and cabbage.
Hell yeah, bro. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Well, let's make some cabbage together.
Sounds good, bud.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Okay, bye. Okay.
That could have been the hardest call ever, bro. That guy was like, the worst.
Ego.
Holy moly. What did you do there? It was like Jedi stuff, bro.
It's Ingrid. She brings out the best in me.
That was amazing. Phenomenal.
Hey, I was surprised you weren't going there. Cause like what made you think not to go there?
Okay, so like the picture, every time I ask a question, I'm asking a question about the picture that I am formulating in my brain. And I'm like, oh, this doesn't have enough color. This doesn't have enough context. And I'm painting a picture. And whatever is like a dark spot is where I ask my next question. Like, okay, trying to put this guy together. So like let's see, the last agent you talked to.
Alexis, yeah.
It makes so much sense that she only works with ball players. She's not out there hustling. She's got a husband that pays all the bills and she does luxury stuff and she does it on the side. And she's got a built-in clientele like that. She fits that stereotype so perfectly, right?
Yeah.
So that's a picture that we paint as we're on the phone. And so what we're doing when we're on the phone, or at least what I do, I'm obsessed with like character development of a movie. And I'm like, I miss it. What's going on? Is that person gonna get killed? What do they do? What are you eating? I need to know. What are you freaking eating? So in my mind, the picture I was painting of this guy is that he fell into a listing that is like a friend of his. And he doesn't really do listings, which is why I was like, how are you making money?
Yeah.
Which is why I was like, are you guys flipping? Yes, I'm flipping. Cool. All right. Well, how many are you flipping? I'm like genuinely curious.
That felt like a lie.
It did feel like a lie.
Like
Yeah.
he said 12. And then he said he's got one going on right now.
And then here's the other thing too, is like, I'm going to tell you honestly, there's no man on the planet that's going to tell you, I already got all my rentals.
Yeah.
That's not entirely true.
Or woman, by the way.
Yeah.
I want the rentals and the purses, you know what I'm saying?
I feel like there's a lot more ego in a male.
This is true.
For the most part.
Yeah.
And so he had like a kind of calm ego. He wasn't blatantly rude or anything like that. But he was very much like, no, I already got all my rentals.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I got a big stick. It's good.
Yeah. Or the opposite. You never know. I got a big portfolio that makes, anyway. So the reason why I didn't immediately go there is because I was painting a picture of a guy who's fixing and flipping. Okay, he's buying deals. He's not focusing on listings. He's kind of upgraded himself from being an agent to an investor himself. And so I didn't even consider him as a portfolio person.
Because I feel a lot of us investors are pivoting.
Yeah.
It feels like I shouldn't corner any investor. Like I should ask other than to ask them.
Agreed.
So
that was great.
Yeah.
The other thing too is like, what should you take from that call? Probably one of my favorite things you should take from that call is that you should be in a room full of other people. Like when you go home, you should be doing this.
Yeah.
This is why we have a community. You should be going home and doing this exact thing, because what happens is I can go, hey, Ingrid is telling my transaction coordinator is telling me blah, 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 blah. And I can kind of spice up the conversation. I can utilize you as, a culprit in the room type of thing. And so you can actually help me like, hey, ask him this. And you can just be somebody on my team because you are.
Yeah.
And then, oh, hey, Ingrid, my transaction coordinator, I don't think this is the truth, but she's curious about blah, 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 blah. So then he jumps on like, no,
Yes.
I need to prove you wrong.
Your woman is right. Like, what? Like
Exactly.
that lady, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do.
You let
My team, who wants to follow up with this guy? Okay, here's what we're going to do. I want you to text him. His name's Gary. Gary. He definitely he's covered in hair. I already know it is. Okay, Gary.
Covered in hair.
What we're going to do is we're going to text Gary and say, hey, Gary, my name's Colby. I'm on Pace's team. Here's the link to our website.
Tell you guys who to call. Who's calling Peter? Are you calling Peter? Okay.
I don't know if anyone did. I was in the back, but
Okay. I know Darren was interested in that house, but I didn't explicitly say who. I just said somebody called Peter.
I can do it.
Hey, good to see you.
Sarah Williams, my apologies.
Hi, Sarah Williams.
Posted in from Northern Arizona.
I love it. We're so happy you're here, Sarah. Thank you. Good. Okay, so Colby, you're going to text our homeboy, Gary. Yep. And you're gonna say, hey, this is Colby from Pace's team. Please lock in my number. And here's the address, web address to our houses. nobankloanhomes.com.
What's his?
Okay. And here's what'll happen. If I'm home and I'm working on this business, I would put him in my CRM, or I would put him in like a Google Sheet if I'm not advanced to do CRM yet. And I would put him in as a potential cash buyer. So let's say I'm hanging out with people and we find a cash deal. I would immediately text it to Gary and go, hey, Gary, what do you think about this deal? That's where a lot of times you find cash buyers this way. Okay. He says, hey, I do 12 flips a year. Awesome.
I also thought bringing her in propped you up, right? So like, even though like it was, he had the ego, but not like aggressive.
Yeah.
It brought you up
On to have like an extra.
because he responded to,
Yeah.
not just to what he was saying.
Like a low key, like stick measuring thing. And so I think it helped him to say, no, she's right.
Yeah.
I would. So it actually was a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I imagine he's shirtless in gym shorts,
Yeah.
walking around in Crocs in his kitchen.
Well, today's St. Patty's, so he's like.
That's why he's eating corned beef and hash. Oh my God. Okay.
I thought you were gonna be like, oh, well, lucky day for you.
I wasn't even thinking about it.
Like St.
Is
Patty's.
that what you do on St. Patrick's Day?
Yeah.
Corned beef and hash?
Yeah, I don't like
It's corned beef and
And cabbage.
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 Sorry, did I just degrade all white people?
yes, that's white people food right there. And some ultra Irish stuff.
What makes it corny? Like, what's corned beef?
There's
about
like
it?
peppercorns in it. So what they do is,
Actual corn.
no, it's like when you look at corned beef,
Oh.
You've
there's
never had
little
corned beef
No,
before?
I haven't. I didn't think it was all that.
it's peppercorn.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Do you know how I like my steak?
Ultra well done, like Jamil.
Fuck, no.
He's like, give me,
No.
he'll go to the nicest steakhouse on the planet. Well done, charred.
Ugh.
I'm like, guys, take it in the backyard, take it in the street and just run it over and then bring it back.
I just like medium rare and salt. That's it.
Yeah.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
Rare. I will go straight up rare, like
Yeah.
Mastro's.
Medium rare
This guy
negative.
also does well done.
What?
Medium well. Medium well charred.
Oh, medium rare, but ketchup. He's a ketchup guy.
Ketchup, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you like it bloody?
Hmm.
Medium?
Yeah.
With my burrito.
black pepper?
NoBankLoanHomes.com.
NoBankLoanHomes.com.
No bankloanhomes.com. No banco loan homes, like, nobankloanhomes.com.
We're gonna get all those houses sold, Ingrid.
Let's do it. Oh my gosh. So my landscaper needed more jobs. He felt not comfortable enough to send you an offer.
This thing was-
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's in a minute. Did anybody else get
Yeah.
skipped?
No,
No?
we're on time.
We caught up.
We caught up.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe 15 works. It's just to your point, we gotta like check each other.
The thing is, I kind of like breaking calls down.
I know, but 15 minutes worked if the call is like a little bit quicker.
Has anybody set an appointment yet?
Yes.
You set your first appointment?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Can we get her a mic?
That's my team.
Okay, Audrey,
Yes.
was it really hard?
Well, it's not like I've got real estate background, so I just copied what you did.
Okay, but it worked.
Yeah, it works. There were times she was like, no, I don't do that. I said, well, do you want to make money? And it was like, yeah.
Okay, amazing.
And then, but Andrew was awesome at coaching. He said, like, use me. Like, I'm a buyer. I can buy things. And I was like, well, I've got a partner that he loves to buy things all the time. He's willing to buy whatever
Amazing.
you've got.
Amazing. So you set your first appointment for tomorrow?
Yes.
For
and-
for who? Kyle?
For Kyle.
That's messed up.
And he's got 8 other listings.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for picking favorites.
Hey-oh.
That's messed up.
Oh, I love your accent.
I'm originally from New Zealand and Australia.
Oh, okay. I was gonna guess Australia.
It sounds like a Mississippi accent though.
It just needs to be a buyer. It just needs to be a really good accent to get appointments.
Yeah, that's 100%.
It's gonna get you a lot of appointments.
Yeah.
I'm saying, when somebody calls me and they have a really unique accent, I'm always like, where are you from? Like, and it'll keep me on the phone longer. Yeah, it's your superpower.
But yeah, Andrew was awesome because I was the first up. I had no idea. I said, just tell me, what do I do? He just said it. And I said, well, I'll just follow what you said.
Right on.
Love
And
it.
then when I,
Have you
the
guys
guy was
He's pulling
tag
people
out.
in.
So
Out,
we're
yeah.
tagging out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll come back, tag someone, switch out.
Good, good, good.
What's that?
All right, here goes Kyle,
What's that?
the Green Goblin.
Let's go.
You've reached Leslie Van.
That was quick.
You got
I got
ended.
turned off, yeah.
Red button. It's time to drink the Irish bombs. Right? Isn't that what you guys do today? What do you guys drink today?
Diet Coke.
Green beer?
Oh yeah, that's a green beer, yeah.
What else? What else is
Drinking the wine.
Mm.
No. She's muted it now.
yeah.
She left her ringer on. She ended the call.
You've reached Leslie.
Come on, people, answer me.
Ooh, Pace Springs.
Sellers.
Can I call you later?
Wow. Pace Springs Sellers. That's SELLERS.
Oh, who's on hotline tonight?
Okay, your person's not answering. Perfect. I can call another one of my leads.
Yep.
Wait, what time was yours at?
Yeah, but you got 15 minutes. Hold on. Don't.
Mine was 45 right now.
Yeah. Then I'm sorry. I was just trying to sabotage you.
I know. There's so many deals I have sitting in my email right now that I'd love to just call on a couple of them and catch up.
Wait, what?
Dude, I'm like overwhelmed with EXP agents that are sending me stuff.
Bruh.
I know.
Do you need me to like just check your email?
Literally, yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's get Chris Gross.
You just give me a desk here. Wherever she is. She's probably doing the showcase. By the way, if you guys are in Arizona still on Friday, our plan is to do the showcase at Spaces at the Galleria in downtown Scottsdale. So if you guys are around this Friday, or if you guys can stay around until then, I don't know if you drove or something, you guys are welcome to come. And so Eddie Marin, who's another Arizona regional leader, he has a meeting every Friday. And so we'd love for you guys to come. At 5 p.m. Sorry, of course not AM. I don't know about 5 a.m. meetup. It's more like 5 a.m. go fix some roofs or something.
Can you send it on the WhatsApp?
Yes. Answer. Yeah, give it to Sarabi or somebody.
Okay, I'll give it.
69 unit seller finance deal.
Your call has been forwarded to an
We
automated
get
voice
to officially
messaging.
wedge in something like that because we're giving you extra calls.
100%.
Okay, cool. Always be negotiating. ABN.
If this one doesn't answer, I can call her back.
Okay.
Oh, she's ready now?
She just says, please call me again. I'm waiting for you.
Did you call on the RV park thing that I sent to you in Tennessee?
No.
Oh,
Do you
we
need
should
me
call
to?
on that.
Oh, the
Let's
golf
do
course.
it.
Yeah, let's do it. That'd be great.
Huh?
Right by you. It's a golf course. It's an old golf course that could be converted into a big RV resort.
Wait, where? Oh, the one that I sent you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's call him.
No, I've got to say.
Set an appointment. Let's set an appointment for it. Let's call it.
You've reached Leslie Van.
Oh, bro, she's got a freaking Android, dog. Like, I'm telling you.
She's got her phone on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, she texted back and said, hey, yeah. Like, call me back. I'm waiting for your call right now.
So
No,
should I jump on my call?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're supposed to double dial that to get through Do Not Disturb. You got to call 2 times.
Want me to double dial again?
Yeah.
Hold on. Now I'm making money on my stuff. Yo, are they interested on this multifamily deal? Are they interested in seller finance? And why is it 2-year limit?
He said, why is it?
Why is it a 2-year limit? Is it because they have a balloon on their underlying note? Like what's going on?
Well, they have 2 years, the agent told me they have 2 years left on the loan.
Okay.
And the reason she's selling because she has cancer.
Oh.
2 years left on the loan.
Correct.
Okay. And she has cancer. So can we call the agent real fast?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Texas. But there's no, Texas is a horrible state, just FYI.
Yeah, right.
I love Texas.
Don't even go there.
Texas is awesome.
Where is it?
It's in La Marquis.
I can go check it out.
Here, I'll pull it up on the map. It is, oh, it's down by Galveston, Houston.
Yeah,
69 units.
yeah. So you want me to leave that?
Let's see what they say.
Oh, all right. Well, let me know when you want to call on this.
He's calling the other agent.
Oh, is
Call
she?
at the moment.
Answer.
Please leave me a message and I'll send a call it.
Okay, you call back.
Hey, Leslie.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hey, good. Thanks for calling me back. I know it's, getting a little bit later, but calling about the 7th Avenue, right? My team already sent you an offer.
Yes, what is KARGES?
That's my last name
With a K or just A?
with a K. KARGES.
Oh, okay. Somebody else wrote to me yesterday though. And are they working with you?
If they're using that name, then they work for me. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But did you get that offer that we sent over?
No, where did you send it?
I don't have your email right in front of me, but we sent over an LOI. It would have been a cash offer and a creative offer
Oh,
to give you two options. No, it was yesterday.
let's check the email address. I don't believe I've seen it. It might have gone into my spam folder.
It might have.
Was this from Myron Briley?
Yeah,
Okay, but you're Kyle.
that's correct. Myron's the one that sends them out, right? And then they set up a time for me to talk to you because basically I'm the one that decides like, hey, which ones do we really move forward on?
Okay.
Right? So I always want to have a conversation because sometimes what I'm thinking isn't what's the best for your seller, right? And we buy different ways and we work different types of deals. So in this case, between kind of a cash or something creative, was there one? Well, I know you haven't looked at it yet, but do you think your seller is more open to one over the other?
I don't know. I'm trying to find your offer. I'm looking in my spam folder.
I gotcha. Well, either way, yeah. I mean, either way, I would officially underwrite as well, right? We just wanted to give you a ballpark of what we were thinking, the types of offers that we buy based on the price range you have. So if we decide kind of a type of offer that we would go with, I mean, we would send you over an official purchase agreement, right?
Okay, that makes sense. I'm just getting my computer here. I was trying to do this on my phone. However, when you're looking at a spam folder, it's really hard to go through everything on a little iPhone. So I'm just coming to my inbox.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks for your patience. And I'm clicking on spam. Spam
Perfect.
folder. Okay. And Kyle, who would be the sender? Like, would it have Myron's
Yeah, it'd be
name?
from Myron.
Myron's name. Okay. So I'm now scrolling in my spam folder.
Okay. I mean, did you see? You must have saw it before.
No, I've seen
Oh.
nothing. That's why I'm surprised. Conversation is taking me, from left field. I know nothing about what you're referring
Oh.
to. Does that make,
Well,
does that make sense
how'd
to
you know Myron's name?
Because he wrote to me in an email yesterday.
Well, that's the email I'm talking about.
Yeah, but he only said it that they were interested in some land and he would call me today. That's all he said.
Gotcha.
It was
Okay.
Gmail. I didn't know. I just thought we were gonna have a conversation. I thought it was a family,
Oh, I
which is
gotcha.
fun.
Well,
I
let's
mean, I don't.
Well, what can you tell me about this land real quick?
Well, it's got a mountain view.
Okay.
It's a bunch of acreage. I think there is like water nearby that would be, you could connect and create a well. The seller could inform us what he's willing to pay for or to help out with.
Okay.
He's also like a contractor.
Got it.
Um,
Is that why, what would he do if he's a contractor? What is he thinking that it would be best use with this land?
Probably like an Airbnb, like a vacation rental. He just put a container home next door.
Okay, so he owns the lot next door?
He owns like 5 lots in a row, yeah.
Okay, and he's put a container house on one. What does he do with the other lots?
It's all available. Well, okay, the very corner lot. Wow, I see. This is so interesting. Yesterday at 4:43, Myron sent an attachment. I see this here.
Okay.
It wasn't easily seen, so I apologize. I thought it was just a query from him.
No worries.
Okay, I see this. I see this. A purchase price of $154,500 with only $4,000 payable at close of escrow. What does that mean? That the seller's carrying the rest?
So we always present 2 options. We do a lot more than that, but in the original LOI, we usually present a cash option and a seller carry option.
Okay, which one is this? Seller carry?
Yes, because I think he owns the land free and clear, doesn't he?
Sure. Yes, he does. I'm sure he does.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'd be thinking. But so he's wanting to sell this lot and he has other lots around it, right? So is he wanting to sell all of them, like a kind of a package deal, is like bigger development? What's the total acreage?
This one I think is just about 3. And I think the one next to it has any plan for that. Let me give him a call. That would make sense. Are you able to send your second offer with this as well? This is a seller carry, and he's already told me he's not willing to do a seller carry.
Why is that?
At least in the past, you know what I mean?
I gotcha.
Ask him to do that.
Okay. Did he say kind of why he's not open to a seller carry?
He didn't say, no.
Okay. Well, and the reason I ask is because sometimes, they have a mission or something that they're going to go after, right? And need that money for. And other times it's like, yeah, this is a preference, right? But by the time we run the numbers on the seller financing, I sell on seller financing all the time because it's just smarter for me. I make more money overall. And, when he has land like this, it's not like he's using it per se. So it could very easily be the best option for him to do seller financing where and this is just my idea right now in my head is if we were to create seller financing, we might be able to buy not just this property, but maybe more so, and do seller financing while we do development on it. So that's where my mind's at, but obviously, and then, I don't even know the tax implications that he has either. So I think we should.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think, like you said, do you think we could maybe set up a time where we can get on a 3-way call and just kind of work through it?
Yeah, we could do that even possibly now. Do you want me to try to get him on the phone?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to get him on the phone. I'll call you right back. Are you around, Kyle?
I am around.
Okay, awesome. Very good. Thanks a lot. I'll call you back as soon as I can.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Got it.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
If you close it, my team gets a piece of that.
Sounds good.
I just told him, get on that 3-way call.
Here's what I think the strategy is. First and foremost, what do we got to notice about this call is that every agent has an incredibly different personality.
Yeah.
So
Killing me.
okay, that was a struggle. But she is a sweetheart.
She's very 100%.
Right? And
Relationship. but-
okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
When I say scripts are a waste of your time,
That's why.
when you sit in a room like this for an hour and a half, do you see how a script is a waste of your time?
Yeah, totally.
Like, do you guys not already know how to make friends with people? That's how you win this game, is you just become friends with every type of person that you talk to, right? So whether it's the guy I talked to, Matt, or whatever, what was his name? Harry Gary, Then the next call is literally the polar opposite. So you imagine trying to go through a script and you go from that guy to that girl? Physically impossible.
Say this. What do I do?
Oh my gosh, what do I do?
What happens when they can't find the email? Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Thinking she doesn't have her ducks in a row, may not have the sophistication of maybe helping put this deal together.
Yep.
You might as well put the seller on there too.
She also says, I'm sure he has it paid off, which means she doesn't know.
Uh-huh.
I think the strategy is something you brought up. The strategy is I did a 50 lot development back in 2020 where I had the seller finance the dirt. I brought in a mobile home manufacturer. I partnered on the deal. I made $1.8 million.
Exactly.
What this one is when he calls, you go, hey, I actually own a modular home company, which I do. I just became an owner of one. So say we'd like to just place some homes on it and sell it retail. Would you want to partner with us?
Oh yeah. Ooh, our first one. Like
That's the
partner with
partnership.
seller.
See what we're talking about, the partnership with the seller? Seller brings the land, we bring a modular home in, we sell it retail, the seller gets a portion of the profit. Make sense?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like it's just a piece of dirt sitting there. Right? So I think that's probably the way the conversation should go.
Kyle, what I love about your technique, I've noticed, is you're so laid back and chill, and you're like, you're just super relaxed, and the people you can tell they feel comfortable talking to you like right away, and you're just like, hey, let me walk you through this, let me show you how it goes, and they don't feel like there's someone on the other end putting this, twisting them or whatever, right? Like really laid back.
I think that comes from, partially my personality, but the other part, I mean, you got so many options that it's like, you don't need to force anyone down a pathway. It's like, let's figure this out.
What do we want to eat today?
I love how you started off with it, like, what I'm thinking is not necessarily what's good for your seller. Because right away, it makes it feel like you're looking out for their seller and not necessarily yourself. Right?
Yeah.
That's very disarming.
Thank you.
Yeah, like you're just trying to help.
Who's got the fiver?
Me.
Okay. Are we gonna call that guy
It's
though?
actually you.
Yeah.
But
Oh, shit.
I hope yours doesn't answer. I have like 4 things I want to do right now.
Do your thing. It's okay. I don't care if I'm late, dude. It's fine.
Who do you got?
Jolene Duva.
Jolene.
Deal, bro.
Jolene.
Yeah.
Please.
Remember last time when you're like, I won't
Do you know that
call?
song?
Yeah, I do.
Please don't.
You guys see how you should be doing this with your friends and in the community when you get home?
It's the most fun. Okay. No.
I've never.
How could you be bored?
No.
Actually, this hypes me up.
It's
Like
the
being around
best.
other people, because like I'm not an introvert. My friends will be like, you go to a meetup, and I'm so adrenalined out at the end of the like I can't go to sleep. Yeah. Oh, where's Sarabi? Sarabi. Sarabi.
Your call has been forwarded.
She's so awesome.
Come on, Jolene.
Jolene. Jolene. Jolene.
You want to sing?
Oh, is that
Your call has been forwarded. to
Something.
voicemail.
We haven't sent Pimp Daddy yet.
What is it? 3 times is too many? It don't matter. I'm gonna do it anyways. One more time. Just one more time.
You guys sing during your voicemail?
No.
We should. The whole room should.
On her voicemail?
You only live once, guys. You only live once.
Okay, we're leaving a voicemail, guys. We're all singing.
Joe.
Not
Okay.
really.
I only know
Let's just
2 words.
Just do the 3 words. Please don't take my man just because you can. Something like that, right? Right.
We only know the Jolene part.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The
Alright.
person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Jolene. Why didn't you answer my call? Jolene, this is Jamil. I'm surrounded with obviously a school bus of people here.
I'm phoning on the Fillmore house, and if you can, give me a call back, please. My telephone number is 310-993-9461. I'll be available all day. Thanks. Also, sorry, your just name is way, way, way too unavoidable to sing, not to sing for. So I hope that didn't bother you. Bye.
Amazing.
You're gonna get the lawsuit.
Also, how can we tell Jamil's Canadian?
Why?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, there's the one. The other one is I'm phoning about the house on blah, blah, blah. I'm calling. We say we call, I'm calling. The other thing is,
Beg.
no, the one
Bagel.
holiday. I'm going on a holiday.
You don't do that either?
We say vacation.
Oh, I drink pop.
Soda, pop.
It's also like a Michigan, Minnesota
Yeah,
thing.
you'll hear-
Michigan and Minnesota are Canadians.
Yeah,
And Illinois.
100%, dude.
They're just Canadian.
Illinois too? Illinois?
No, we don't say hey after everything.
Oh.
Where are you on to?
Hey. They say, hey. All right, so we've got, that's your 5. You have a 5:15. I have a 5:30. I'm gonna call my 5:30 early.
Oh, are they gonna call Mark?
Oh, you want to call the broker? Hell, yeah, let's do it. Go.
I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, but it's one of those long deals.
Yeah,
What is it called?
it's bigger than multi-unit. Is there such a thing?
It's just too much.
Mark, you there? Hey, I think your Bluetooth on your car took over. No worries. My name's Pace. I'm calling about that property on Big Cedar. Have you guys had a lot of people call you about like an RV park development and what you could do on that property?
Yeah, we've had about 1 million.
I imagine. So I don't own a lot of RV parks. We own 5. That would be the biggest project I've had to take down. But I'm looking at that project, I'm like, why doesn't somebody just take that deal down and go develop it as an RV park? What's keeping them?
Well, no, we reduced the price on the thing about $1 million since recently. So that's really where the entry. We had it priced at 2.5 for. This thing was a golf course for about 30 something years.
Yeah, it's an incredible property. You're the owner?
I am.
Okay, cool. So you guys just dropped it $1 million. I imagine you're getting an avalanche of calls.
Yeah, and we've had 2 offers on it. And they're both trying to get financing, but both of them are, I don't know if either one of them. A lot of people look at these things and think they can get financing with 10 or 15% down, and that's just
Hell no.
not the case.
No.
With the intent to build an RV park on it, we own a lot. I own about 800 pads across the United States, and that was my intention when I bought it. But then I found out I had having a kid at age 50, so it kind of changed my plans with it. Now, the entire property is.
So you're telling me by the time I'm age 50, I should still be having kids?
Not recommended.
The good news is you're still getting laid, right? Yeah, congrats, man. That's awesome.
This was 213 acres. We sold some of the land that was not part of the course. We had about 40 something acres that was part of the golf course.
Okay.
That we sold, and we got another 90 something acres in a county that was part of the course that we're going to probably develop into residential housing or something, recreation use or something. But the 53 acres with the clubhouse, that 53 acres is right around the clubhouse. So it's, some of this property goes for, the cart path is about 5 miles to it. So it's a big piece of property. And the 53 was kind of what was around the clubhouse area and around where the communities and everything.
And that's what you're selling for the 1.5. Okay, so I don't own 800 pads. You obviously know way more about RV parks than I do. Mentor me. Tell me what I should do with this. If I bought this thing 1.5 million cash today, what would you mentor me to do?
Well, I'll tell you why we like buying golf courses. Now, the problem with them is 99.9% of them are going to either be a PUD, which is planned development, or zoning's not going to allow you to do this, or you got an HOA that's active and they're not going to allow you to do it. It's very hard to find them, but the reason why we buy these things and do this is I make more money off golf cart rentals than I do renting the RV pad. A lot of times I can rent, 2 or 3 golf carts for to one family that's coming there in a big RV, so they've got 2 kids and the parents want a golf cart and the kids want a golf cart. $13 a day in the golf carts. We rent them for the cheapest ones for $69 a day. So a lot of times I'll make more money on golf cart rentals and the e-bike rentals and the things of that nature with these big expansive. Because most RV parks now are parking lots, or basically a 5 or 10 acre area with 100 pads and everybody's packed in there and there's nothing to really do other than park your RV. And
Yeah, you just described all 5 of my RV parks.
and that's pretty much, and most of ours too. But we do a lot of work at KOA, and they were looking for a resort style park in the southeastern part of Tennessee. The only one they've got is in Gatlinburg, and Gatlinburg's traffic is just horrendous. So they were looking for something in this area. We kind of got away from KOA. Just they take 7 to 10%, and you don't need them. We're full anyway. We're on a 3-year waiting list of our parks. It was just dumb to keep using them for a brand, to be honest. But you know,
So you guys were buying existing KOA franchises for a while. Is that what you were doing?
yeah, we had bought several, and then we bought a few parts that weren't KOAs, and then converted them over into.
And are they taking 7% top line, like off your revenue or off your net?
You're in the top later, they don't do it as much. Well, they're negotiable, but now their model is about 10%. Now that is just pad rentals only. So if you've got cabins, you can exempt them out. You know, there are stipulations for that, but most of the pad rentals, they do that. With a vacation style park, people are spending more money. You know, it's all about the dollar per guest that you get out of them. You know, when you're doing kayak rentals and canoe rentals and bike rentals and golf cart rentals, we rent everything from little games like cornhole and things of that nature. There's just a lot more money in that side of it than it is a park that. But we have a lot better long term. You know, they're basically living there, so they're not eating your food. They're not renting your recreational items. They just live there. So one of the reasons we like these type of properties is when it's fancy like that, there's a lot more. Even the sports are highly profitable. You know, we've got places for them to go. And I continue to offer them around them, and it's got a lot of the data and stuff in it that we were planning for property. We do a lot of what's called quad rentals, which are 4 RVs, campers that are put together in one area that are kind of off by themselves that we rent out to families and family reunions. And mostly family reunions, a lot of times it ends up with a bunch of kids in there having a bonfire party. But
yeah, of course.
That side of it, but.
Okay, so on this particular 53 acres, let's say I paid you to mentor me. What would you tell me to do with this 53 acres? RV parks?
The 10 acre, that's a very highly profitable Airbnb market there. It's one of the few markets in the country that is for the, I don't know if you guys have ever used AirDNA, but.
Yeah. Is it because of the Smoky Mountains or what?
Nah, I really don't know, to be honest. We've got units around us that are 1 bedroom now that are specialty, like one of them adult only. They're renting $600 a night. If you Google boat farms.
I wonder what's going on at those cabins.
Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to be the cleaning crew for those. The boat farms, just south of us, they're getting like $700 a night on a 1 bedroom unit. So.
Okay. So you would take 10 of those acres and maybe turn those into Airbnbs, and then you'd take the other 43 acres and do something else with it?
Yeah, what we were going to do is there's about 10 acres that we've already got the county spec or city spec road in on, and we were going to do mostly RV pads there.
Okay.
Right by the clubhouse.
So you would limit the RV exposure to only 10 of the 53 acres. And you
probably had it engineered for like 106 pads, I believe it was.
Okay.
And then the rest of it we were going to use for rental. The negative aspect to just doing RV pads versus camping and RV rental, as far as renting the camper themselves, you got 53 million people in your camping. You've only got about 13 million RV owners in the country, which means you're literally cutting out 40 million people out of your client base when you're, only bringing 2 RVs park owners. So that was one of the reasons why we do a lot of the rental stuff is, we're at that market that doesn't own an RV, but they're still wanting to go camping.
Okay, so let's say I've got 10 acres of 106 pads. My other 43 acres is you would build build to rent type of thing, or what would you do?
Yeah, we put little RVs on it. Now, been 4 times on. We've got.
Okay, so you're doing okay, got it. This makes so much sense. So you're doing more like people that show up that don't have an RV, they rent the RV from you or the tiny home, like cabin style, and you would put that on the other 43 acres, or would you take a portion of that 43 acres and do those rentals on it?
Yeah, we do a portion of it and kind of spread the stuff out. Like I said, most people that are looking to camp, we do exit surveys, and KOA does this too, but every time somebody checks out of one of our parks, we give them a free t-shirt if they'll do a survey. The number one complaint we get is they hate the fact that they're packed in there so tight. You just can't, it's not camping anymore. You're parking your RV in a parking lot. So that was kind of one of the markets we were after, is more of a camping experience where you're not parked right on top of somebody. You've got wildlife and you've got, the true camping experience where you can go out in the woods and you can go fishing and you can do a little small pond or you see wildlife and things of that nature. So that's kind of what we were after with the size of the property, because it is expensive to upkeep a property that size, but the revenue numbers are there if you've got the right experience that people are looking for.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I only have 5 RV parks. My largest RV park has 85 pads. And I don't know that I have the experience to take this on. I feel like I need to get coached through this thing in order to take it down.
We weren't really going to build, everything at one time. We were going to start with 20 pads. Those generate enough revenue that's about cash flow positive. And the clubhouse for a long time was a community pool for both the city of Pikeville and the city of Dunlap. So there's 2 small cities there. They're not super small, but they're fairly small. And it sits right on the county line between Bledsoe and Sequoia County, Tennessee. And for many, many years, the thing was basically used as a community pool until it's closed. The pool part closed after COVID. The owner of the golf course got more money, COVID money, than he actually paid for the golf course. So once COVID was over, they opened the course back up long enough not to have to pay the money back.
Makes sense, yeah.
So they had close to 500 members there at the clubhouse from the community. So, they were charging $47 a month, I think, to be a member, because it's an indoor and outdoor pool, so you can kind of use it year round.
Right.
So there's probably some good money in the opening, getting the 20 pads, 30 pads open, and opening the community pool up and then slowly growing this is. It's just too much to try to do it all at one time. You're going to have too much money in it. You're better off kind of let the revenues grow the park instead of trying to do 200 or 300 pads at one time and a bunch of rentals at one time. But,
okay, so here's a wild question, and I might not be the perfect buyer for you. I do have capital, I do have desire, but I just don't have the experience to develop. What if I partner with you and I bring capital and you walk me through the first couple of phases?
Yeah, I would be fine with that. I've still got 90 acres on the other side of the property from it. So I'd be good with that, because I'd like to find something that everybody's going to benefit from. Meaning, if we're going to build a community over there, we're going to build residential, I'd like to tie it into that lifestyle of the RVs, because there's a lot of, we had looked at building the casitas. I don't know if you've ever seen those things, but they're basically a small house that you pull your RV up to, and it has the hookups.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people out of Florida and the Tennessee market kind of go back and forth now. So we'd like to kind of find somebody that's kind of going to build something there that's going to benefit both properties.
Love it. Okay, so maybe I fly out for a day in the next couple of weeks. Do you have a bunch of offers to field through, or you only have gotten a couple offers?
It's been sold about 40-something times in the past 2 weeks to lower the price.
Holy crap.
A lot of it is crazy. And other agents are, we get a lot of people from out of state, and I tell them, well, there is no zoning or restrictions, and they go through a long process of trying to verify that by calling me saying, well, can you send me the phone number to the zoning office? And I'm like, well, there isn't one because there is no zoning. Yeah, but they got to be able to tell us there's no zoning. I'm like, well, there's no office to tell that. So the county mayor can actually answer those questions. You know, there is no, you don't even get building permits in this county, which is one of the few counties left in the country that does that. But there's no, if you're going to build a building there, you don't go get a building permit. You just grab a hammer.
Montana is the same exact way.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, here's what I think we should do. You're out driving. I've got another call I got to make. I'm going to send you an email with like my portfolio size, so you just know I'm a serious buyer. Because what I would do is I would want to partner with you. I would need you as my coach, my mentor, and I'd bring the capital to the table, and we could go do the project together.
Don't do that. I'll send you over the link. That'll give you a lot more information.
Amazing. All right, perfect. Thank you, brother. I'll shoot you a text with my name and info. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye. Okay, who's next? Who's got another call?
I think you had a 5.
Hell yeah, I do. Let's go. I have a 5:30.
Oh, I have a 5:15. Okay. I wasn't sure.
I had a 5.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
His person didn't answer.
Did you have it on it?
He didn't pick up the phone. That was Jolene.
Yeah, he tried.
He missed it. That was a gangster pun.
What?
Had 5 on it.
Oh yeah, I got 5 on it.
Let me go.
Come on, I can go country, I can go rap. Let's go.
Once we have a little break, I'll explain that deal to everybody. I also don't want Kelly to.
Hello.
Hi, is this Sally? No, it was her freaking voicemail.
Oh.
Did you hear that? Well, hold on. 2 calls. She said hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
No.
Bueno, chao entonces.
What does bueno, chao, and entonces?
I said, all right then, bye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How do you say bye?
Ciao.
Ciao.
Yeah, it's Italian.
In Colombia, we also do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let me call
What's
my girl
wrong?
Lakeisha.
Lakeisha?
Yeah, Lakeisha.
Guys, I had 2 really good calls. Just 2. How many calls did it take? It just takes 1.
It takes 1 call, dude. 1 call.
1 call. That's all. Sorry, that's also in Arizona. I can't help it. I'm like,
So I'm sitting here taking notes.
Yeah.
hello.
Hey, is this Lakeisha?
Yes,
Hey, it's Pace. Am I pronouncing your name right?
you are.
Amazing. Hey, I'm calling about the house on 33rd.
Yeah.
I'm an investor. We primarily buy RV parks, and we're dabbling a little bit into single family. Are you guys getting a lot of showings on this house? You guys gonna sell it pretty soon?
Kind of medium, nothing. We've been on the market a little while. We started overpriced. Just the client was kind of just dabbling in what he could get for it.
You gotta love when a seller does that to you. You know, it's like, why are you making me work so hard?
Got the whole like, no rush, just let's see what we can do. And
Is it vacant? And what's going on?
not completely vacant. So he's moved out, but is still working from home there.
Got it.
So yes and no. He's not in a desperate situation to sell, but now is like, okay, we've been on all year. Like, what are you gonna do? What's going on? So
Guys, it sounds like a divorce situation or something?
it was kind of the opposite. He's getting married and so has moved in with the new wife, and this was
Makes
his
sense.
bachelor pad. So
It's always a woman. Love it.
always.
Okay, so he has a bachelor pad. He's trying to get the highest and best number he possibly can. He doesn't have any rush to sell the house. Have you guys talked to him about maybe doing seller finance to get the highest number he can get?
I have not. We just haven't had anyone even interested in that at this point.
Okay. What's the next conversation you're gonna have with him with lowering the price, or is we as low as it's gonna go right now?
That's a good question. So he's kind of at the point, he originally was like, I don't want to put any money into it. I just want to see what we can get, how long it's going to take, yada, yada, yada. He works in the mortgage industry. So he's not oblivious to what's going on in the market. So the next conversation really is he either needs to put some money into it or lower the price, or we just keep sitting on it. So,
Or I'll give you another option.
okay.
Okay, so I buy, most of what I buy is RV parks, multifamily and mobile home parks.
Okay.
And those sellers are all trying to get a really, really high purchase price.
Okay.
Because they're all trying to retire. Their kids don't want the RV parks. Their kids don't want the mobile home parks. And so these sellers are like, if I sell it, I want the highest and best possible price I can get because I'm obviously retiring. And if I retire, that means I'm selling and I have capital gains. So they're trying to like anticipate the tax break or the tax issue, if that makes sense. And so we come along and we offer them full asking price if they're willing to give us seller finance. You have not had an offer like that, which is perfectly fine. I think you go to this guy and you give him an option and say, hey, I just talked to a buyer today. Pretty credible buyer, has a sizable portfolio, looking to buy a couple single family, is willing to give you your asking price if you're willing to do seller finance. I will, by the way, I will pay your commissions in this situation. I will pay closing costs. And all we ask is that this seller gives us some time to make those payments to get in the number he wants. And it sounds like he has time. He's not in a rush. It sounds like the only thing he really cares about is getting the bottom line number and not losing money on the house.
Yep.
Okay. You think this would provide a solution for him and get you paid in the process?
Possibly. I have no idea how he's going to take it, but that's why I wanted to chat before I even talk to him and kind of see.
Can I give you some homework? Okay, so here's what I would do. I'd say, hey, I have a buyer, kind of off the wall buyer. He's willing to pay full asking price if you do seller finance.
Okay.
And then what he's going to say is yes or no. Doesn't matter what he says. Just say the buyer would be happy to chat with you and work through what works for both of you. And then that way you don't have to play telephone and we can just get on a three-way call and I can explain what I could do and see if we could meet somewhere in the middle and get you paid.
Okay.
And worst case scenario, like here's my thought. He says no to me. What happens is in 90 days, he might say yes. So you might as well take my offer, put it on your desk and just sit there and wait. And he might change his mind in 90 days. Just, I call it a back pocket offer. Just keep it in your back pocket when you guys need it.
Okay.
And then in the meantime, you and I can go do other deals together. What else do you have going on that I can buy from you?
Oh, this is my only sell situation. I have one possibly coming up this summer.
Okay. Are you primarily working with buyers?
Right now, yes.
Okay. My friend, Lakeisha. One of the biggest things that I do in my business is I actually buy houses, I clean them up, and I seller finance them to non-qualified buyers, meaning like business owners or people get paid under the table that can't get a bank loan. Do you ever have buyers like that you represent that need to buy a house with like a 3%, 4%, or 5% rate and they don't want to go through a bank?
Well, I mean, everyone wants a rate like that if
Yeah.
they're not paying cash. So
That's me. I have 25 houses right now in Maricopa County that I could pay you a commission for just bringing a buyer to me.
okay.
Okay. Do you have buyers that come to mind that are like, you maybe told them no in the last 6 months, they probably can't afford a house right now?
I'm trying to think, not off the top of my head, but again, stuff like that sometimes pops up, you know?
Okay. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you a text. I think the first thing we work on is this house.
Okay.
I think the second thing we work on is maybe finding some non-qualified buyers that you can just bring me the buyer. I'll pay your commissions on a house I already own. And you can represent your buyer, which is cool. How are you getting other listings? Like, are you doing real estate agent work full time or do you have other stuff going on?
No, I'm just a mom.
Hell yeah, you are.
And just do this for mostly friends and family.
Got it. That makes so much sense.
Like pushing leads or anything like that, any lead generation. I just kind of as friends and family need things, I try to help them out. So
Okay, cool. So then maybe let's forget all the other stuff because I could come to you and go, hey, I'll get you a deal a week. But it sounds like you don't want to spend that much time on that right now because you're doing the best job on the planet, which is being a mama. Let's just focus on this first deal. What do you need from me? How can I help you go and present this to the seller so we can get on a phone call?
yeah, I think if I can have some time to chat with him, he's got kids. So I don't know if I'll catch him tonight. It may be tomorrow morning.
I'm in no rush, by the way.
Says no, just kind of dabbling and saying, hey, we have a possible offer here. And yeah, I think after that will be when I'll need you with the questions he has.
Okay, cool. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have somebody from my team, Colby, text you. Okay. And Colby will text you. And what we'll do is we'll just ping you in like maybe 2 or 3 days and see where you're at with it. And we'll just keep pestering you until we get on a call with the seller and pay you. I just want to pay you.
Awesome.
Cool.
That sounds great. I'll see what he says and we can go from there.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Awesome. Nice talking with you. Have a great evening.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Colby. Swish. All right. So what you're going to want to do is text her and just say, hey, this is Colby on Pace's team. We'll check and just say, yeah, go ahead.
This is Kyle.
Hi, Kyle, Leslie back. Donor on the other line. You hold.
Let's go. Yeah.
Awesome, my friend. Hold on. I think we're together. Kristoff, Marcelli, meet Kyle with the land purchasing group. Kyle, are you there?
Yes. Nice to meet you, Kristoff.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for taking the time.
I'm available at this time of the day.
I know, right? I like that.
A lot on 7th Avenue.
Yes.
Is there anything else you would want to sell along with that one lot, like to the left of it or anything?
Well, I got 2 lots actually. There's this lot and the lot just above it, next to it, basically, because I had 4 lots. I have 4 lots on that property when I purchased the property. So I've got those 2 lots that I wouldn't mind selling eventually. Yeah.
Okay. What happened to the other 2 lots?
They are built on. I built a house on them.
Okay, so built a house on the other 2 lots. Is one of those lots, Leslie, you were saying like a modular home or something?
No, it's not a modular home. No, it's actually what I did is I built like some shipping containers.
Oh, okay.
And I built a house out of shipping containers, which the city accepted.
Cool.
Maricopa County. And that makes for an expensive building cost,
Right.
you know, and a good rental return.
Okay,
Basically,
but a fun project.
I paid basically I'm going to be reimbursing like 4 years of rental on the cost of the building itself, not the cost of the land, but on the cost of the building itself.
Okay, so these other 2 lots then, how much land are we talking?
They are like 2+ acres each.
Okay. The idea that I was having, that I was talking to Leslie was, okay, if we came in to help with development on it. Now, initially I was thinking, doing maybe some sort of seller financing while we do that, but after we got off the phone, I was thinking, okay, well, would you be open to a partnership? What if, for example, I have a friend that actually owns a modular home company, and I wonder if we could partner on it if we brought the modular homes in and you already own the land and we just do the deal together. That we could sell it on retail.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not. When you say modular home, it's like manufacturing a home, or what are you talking about when you say modular home?
Yeah, like manufactured home.
Yeah, but the thing is, on these lots, I don't think you're allowed to have manufactured homes.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think you cannot.
I thought we could, Chris. I thought.
Oh yeah, you think?
we can-
Maybe
yeah.
maybe I'm mistaken. I have to double check.
Let's find out from the county. It would be a
Yeah.
phone call. Yeah, I thought we could.
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that could be a possibility. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm open to that.
All right. Let's find out about that. I think that would be like option number one. Okay. So let's find out if that's availability, and then when do you what does the next step look like? How do we find that out?
Well, we need to find out with the county. I can find out.
Okay.
We can find out with the county. Leslie can inquire about it. I just I'm not 100% sure about that, but I mean, if we can, it looks like we could, because there are other manufacturer homes in the neighborhood, but I'm not 100% sure. You know, we need to find out.
Well, let's find out.
We can talk about, you supplying the house and having it installed up there, or I can help you in that matter, and we can share we can figure out a pro rate basically on the price of the land, and and the rental agreements that we can have with potential renters, and how we can work a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think let's talk about all the pieces, after we find out if we can do it. So
Sure.
Yeah, if you guys can find that out, and then let's.
I'm open to that option. I'm very open to that option, honestly.
Perfect.
So Kyle, maybe the two of us call Maricopa County tomorrow.
Yeah.
We give the assessor number. Maybe we're both on the phone or something. We could do that.
Yeah.
I like it.
Find out, and if it works and if it's possible, and then it's a matter of putting a. I guess do we have a permit that we need to acquire as well? I mean, we have to find out what kind of permit we can have.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out all the little details, but I think let's find out the first part, and then we can figure out all the little details.
That I'm right on the border of a like a flood zone.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're outside of it.
Those lots. I am no. I mean, I can build outside of it. I can build probably a 2,000 square feet home. Okay.
Okay.
On that specific lot we're talking about, even though that the lot is 2.5 acres, and 90% of it, 75 or 90% of it has to stay natural land, basically,
right?
Because it's a wash. It's a wash. Okay.
Okay.
But I've been able to pull the permits for the other two lots, no problemo, and I'm sure I can pull the permit if we need a permit for the other two lots that are left right now. It shouldn't be a problem if they allow a manufacturer home. The thing that you have to know that I have to raise up the container home that I built.
Yeah.
I had to raise it up 3 feet above flood level, basically.
Okay.
Okay. For ground level. And then I backfill around it, so it's not like the house is sitting up on stilts. It's not a problem.
Yeah, you want to make it look good, so that. Yeah.
Good, no problem. And the only thing they're concerned is like the water won't reach the house, basically.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think all that stuff we could overcome probably pretty easily.
Okay.
I think let's just find out if we can do it.
So let me ask you this: so your friend that owns a manufactured home company, or
Correct.
is okay? And so what dollar amount those houses sell per square foot roughly? You have that? I'm curious.
Depends on the area.
Yeah, it kind of completely depends on the area, right? And how big and whatnot the house is that we put there.
Yeah, but let's say if you put like a medium-sized house, like 1,800 square feet, because it's New River, you're not going to put a 3,000 square feet house up there and find a renter for the price you want, right?
Right. I would say I don't want to take a guess and mislead you, right? Because it really does, I was only looking at the first lot. Now it's because how big is the second lot?
Same thing.
Same exact thing?
2.5 acres. Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, you know what? We can look pretty quickly if that's important to you to know up front.
Did you go up there and you saw the first lot?
I have not seen it. No, not in person yet.
Okay. Okay, no, I'm just curious. I thought you said I saw the first lot. Okay.
No,
So
I
anyway.
just meant online.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I got you.
I can have my partner, I was telling you, I can have my partner actually look at the lot, pull it up right now. And we can get you a better idea on that.
But if you go physically on the spot, I put like 4 white posts, 4 or 5-inch, 4-inch PVC pipe on the ground where the house can sit, you know,
Right.
and that encompasses about 2,500 square feet. So I think we should be, you know, it should go through easily with 2,500. If you want to put a house for 2,500 square feet to be on the safe side, because you know, Maricopa County say, oh, but if you have a flood, you cannot use 100% of whatever. I mean, you know how they are. And anyway, so basically 2,200 square feet, I think we can put a house there. No
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, so my partner just pulled it up. We're thinking it'd probably come in about 150 a square foot.
A square foot. Okay. Yep. That sounds about right. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. That gives me an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, then let's take the next step. We'll find out tomorrow, right? If we can do it. And then, yeah, let's keep it rolling. We'll figure out the rest of the details.
So just text me if you want to, Kyle, tomorrow, right when you have some time to call the county, and we'll hop on a call together. We'll get the same info. How about that?
Sounds great. I'll shoot you a text.
So one thing, Kyle, one thing you should know that I've got a well, a shared well. So right now I'm sharing the well with the 2 houses.
Okay.
So eventually we could share the well for the other 2 houses as well.
Perfect.
The only thing that I'm questioning is I'm not 100% sure how much, you know, if we're going to be able to feed all the 4 houses with the well.
Yeah, we'll have to check on that too.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, legally I can. I mean, legally I can. I can tell you legally I can feed like more than 8 hours because of the size of the land we own. But technically, I'm not 100% sure. But we can always do, you know, like a retaining tank. Have a retaining tank for the house. But that's a plus too. It's a plus for homeowners.
Right.
The water is really good. I had it tested. There's no problem with arsenic or whatever in the water. And you know, my other houses have been, you know, rented for more than 15 years now. So
Okay.
it's never been an issue as
Perfect.
far as feeding the amount of water. But so do you know the information as well?
Yeah. No, I love that. We'll get that figured out. Let me ask you this, because we're gonna obviously figure out the next step tomorrow. What other stuff do you do? I mean, it sounds like, you know, this is just kind of something that you have, but what else do you got going on?
I've got a landscaping company that I do a lot of high-end remodeling in Paradise Valley, North Scottsdale, and all that.
Okay.
So that's kind of my, you know, so I've got masons and landscapers and guys and irrigation, lighting, everything for the outside, basically.
Okay.
Fire pit, masonry, everything. So
Got
the 2 houses, I mean, actually, I'm at my like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses that I built in the valley with my mason workers and stuff.
Oh, how cool. Okay. So it's just kind of, you got your landscaping business and then you started growing into this development because you already have them kind of assets around you.
And I developed the land. Like the second house, I wanted to go cheap on it, and it's exactly what it cost me, 150 square. Actually, it cost me a little bit less than with my containers, because I had you know, material in stock. I had the tiles, I had a few things, but anyway, it cost me about $130 a square foot to build it.
Okay.
With shipping containers, so it doesn't look you know, super. Like a house, really it looks like a shipping containers on the outside, but on the inside it really looks like a house.
Got it.
And the owner and the renters are ecstatic about it. You know, it's like, oh, this is so cool.
Got
you
it.
know, and so comparatively speaking, I'm probably gonna, I can be competitive with a manufacturer home. If we cannot do a manufacturer home, I don't know. We have to find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
But if we can, why not? Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Let me ask you this question real quick, because I know you have your other landscaping business and whatnot. I'm trying to think how else we could work together as well. And
Sure.
do you ever? We do a lot of lending, and I know you got your landscaping business and whatnot. I mean, is there any lending needs that you need to like grow your business or whatever, anything else you got going on like that?
Yeah, eventually we could tie. Yeah, we could we can get together for that as well. Yeah, for my
Okay.
customers, you mean?
Yeah, I
People that
mean,
needs money.
multiple ways. I would like to just build a relationship with you, right? And Leslie, right? And we can all work together. Everyone can make some money, and you guys both seem like real stand-up people. So you kind of get to a point where you get to choose who you want to work with.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely.
And so thank you. I appreciate you guys.
To that, yeah, no problem.
Okay, wonderful.
Too, Kyle, like let's say there's a homeowner who really wants a new pool and beautiful hardscape and they can't afford to write Kristoff a check. You guys could help fund that in like 3 or 4 big chunks,
There's lots of things that we could put together,
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
what's your business? You're a lender? What's your core business?
Well, so I've been in real estate. Yeah, I've been in real estate for about 17 years. Okay.
Okay.
Started off just, with rentals, right? One by one, adding it the old conventional way, and realized it was going to take me way too damn long. And so I sold a bunch. And so ever since then, we started flipping, and we flip a bunch of houses every year. And, and then we started getting into, so we've done a little bit of everything. Now I do, we even got into Airbnb. We don't do as much on the Airbnb side anymore. But yeah, we're just getting into bigger and better things, especially like I said, my partner, buying the, modular home business. So it's really opening up doors and to new people that we can work with, like you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, you might be able to help me with the Airbnb business.
Yeah.
Just talking about that.
I've got a big house to Airbnb.
Sounds good.
That's right.
Well, we'll find lots of ways to work together. I think all three of us. So.
Sounds good.
All right,
Sounds
perfect.
good.
All right, well, we'll talk tomorrow, Leslie. Let's have a conversation. I'll shoot you that text, like I said, and let's take the next step.
Perfect. I look forward to calling the county together, Kyle. Thank you.
All right, likewise.
cool.
Thank you, guys. All
We'll
right.
be in touch.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye, Kyle.
Okay. Yay.
Woo!
On so many levels, bro. On so many levels was that masterful, right? Because you've got, there's a long-term play there. There's so many ways you can do that deal. The reality is the moment that that you brought up a partnership, you could hear his gears turning, right? Because what did you just solve his problem? Why, you know what? He's already done container homes on those on a lot before. Why isn't he doing them on these? He doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the money to do it. You're solving a problem that
he's also floating a lot of his clients' projects because he's a contractor. Right. And that whole conversation about think about most of his clients are in Paradise Valley. So you can lien their homes in second lien position or whatever.
Do a $100,000 landscaping job, charge them $125,000.
You can be his bank on all his projects.
And there's no financer.
Those deals.
There's no financer for a landscaping deal.
Let me get involved in some of these deals, bro.
You gotta stay richer, you gotta get money for it.
That was great.
It's a great call.
What else are we missing?
Yes, go ahead.
So we can text for you, follow up.
Yes.
I love this. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, these stupid visionaries, they don't know how to follow up. Okay, I didn't get a clap for Kyle. Let's give it up for Kyle one more time.
Question.
Yes, sir.
What's that play on financing the hardscape job?
The play is he's got a lot of clients that do big projects that they go, oh man, that's a big number, right? When when Kristoff is giving them a bid. I was a contractor for 10 years, so this happens all the time. You'll get customers that will waste your time with a bid. They have no idea what it's going to come in at. And then they go, crap, I'm 40 grand short. I'll have that money in 3 months. Okay, so let's look at this for a second. This is so important. This is a whole entire business by itself. Like, it's such a big business. So his typical client, he's in Paradise Valley. Paradise Valley is like Beverly Hills of Arizona, okay? There's not a house in Paradise Valley that's not worth at least $1 million. They're probably average purchase price in Paradise is 2 to 3. 2 to 3, okay.
Yeah.
So
Average, they go up to 7, 8.
I go to a client's house, I'm a contractor, and I give them an estimate. Then you give them the estimate, they're like, okay, thank you so much, we'll call you back. What does that mean when they say they're gonna call you back? Is they're basically saying, I don't quite have the money for that. And sometimes you'll go, all right, well, hey, is it the price? Is it timing? Like what it is, I'm trying to fill my pipeline in. And as a contractor, you're constantly going, man, how do I close this person so I can fill in my pipeline, schedule my crews? Being a contractor is a freaking horrible business. It's one of the hardest. And the reason being is because you never know what's actually going on. Most of the time, it's because the client doesn't have money. Where I started making a lot of money as a contractor is when I finally got a big enough bankroll that I would finance my clients' renovations. And I go, hey, here's my cash option. Here's my finance option. I can do this right now. I can lock you in and I can get the financing lined up. It was my money, but I was acting like I was bringing in a third party. We would lien the property and we'd get paid. We'd actually make a lot more money because why? The client is like, oh, I don't have to wait. I can get my pool done before summertime. I can get my thing done right now. I can get started right now. In fact, you lock people in and go, hey, we're gonna have to pull a permit. Like the best thing to do is let's get started now. I'll bring financing to the table. Let's get started on the permit process. And then you can start making payments to your lender over time. So now instead of it being a $200,000 job, it's $10,000 a month for the next 20 months, right? They start paying you back. So somebody like me, who is a lender, you could bring those deals to me and I'll finance them and I'll pay you on every single one of those deals. Very simple play. Like,
I asked because I have well, now we own a junk removal business.
a what business?
Junk removal.
Oh, junk removal. Yeah, okay.
So we actually got a deal from the business. We walk into a lot of, messed up situations, but we also own a painting business and we do a lot of work for contractors. And so we have some cash now in the bank from our business. And a lot of our contractors, sometimes like, we don't want to be the cheapest, but that just.
You get the financing lined up, right? Why does do you know where the majority of Home Depot's money comes in? Like their highest net profit thing is? So they went and bought a company called Rebath. Okay, you guys ever see them in the front? Yeah. Like you'll see the Rebath trailer. They went and bought Rebath because what they do is they go, we'll redo your bath, which normally would be like a $7,000 to $10,000 job, but they charge the homeowner $37,000 for something I could do for like 10. But because it's an all-inclusive financing, and they give you either a line of credit or they give you a lien against your house or whatever it is. Rebath is actually a financing company, not a construction company.
You secure it with the property.
Like 7 or 8 years ago.
You secure it with the property by.
Yeah, you secure it with the property. I mean, that's the beautiful thing. Like all these contractor jobs are on somebody's property that they own. They're not calling for their rentals and being like, hey, I need a pool. These are all their homeowner houses, right? That's a full-on business right there. You could probably do. You go to Kristoff. In fact, we should have Kristoff come in here this week.
That'd be cool.
And go, Kristoff, let us give you an estimate on lending on every one of your projects. That here's what's cool. If you go to them with a lending option, you can now inflate your cash option just to be like right behind it. So some people just go to your cash option. Oh, I don't want the financing. I'll go to the cash option. You actually get a higher price on your cash options because you gave them a second option with financing involved. No contractor is going to an estimate saying, here's my. But why is Rebath making so much money for Home Depot? It's because they go, hey, do you want to get your bath all redone right now, but pay for it over time? It'll appreciate the value of your house. It basically, all the financing pays for the blah, 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 right? That's their pitch. So you can go to your painters and other people you do work with and go, hey, if you want to charge a little bit more money, I can help you finance the projects.
And psychologically, you bring them to the finance offer first and then step down to the cash.
right? So it's like, oh, how much can you save in financing costs is this. So now it's a comparison and they're saving money, not going up.
Yeah, like A1 Garage Doors, Tommy Mello, he just sold 50% of his company for $250 million. He's a garage door repair company.
Yeah.
Why is his valuation so high? Because he's basically turned into a finance company rather than a garage company.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he's already targeted to sell the other 50% for $2 billion in 24 months. He's already got the buyer lined up. And it's a garage repair company. Insanity.
Caricature of him on every damn.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
That's true.
he's everywhere. Yes, sir.
Why wouldn't a homeowner, let's say they want $1 million house and they want to spend 200 grand on some bushes? Why wouldn't they just go to their bank, their banker or whatever? And
Banks
say,
don't finance stuff like that.
you know,
I mean, no, I mean, I've never, banks are hard enough as it is to get a mortgage.
It would have had to have been done pre-mortgage, so that it would have been rolled into the mortgage. They're not gonna come and do secondary financing in another loan in the second position for landscaping and pool. And so, well, yeah, that's a,
If they have enough.
that's a
if they have
HELOC
enough
though, that
equity.
they can use that money for whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
The,
If you're
And
like,
then
I
maybe
have a
your
landscape
point-
project I need financing for, they're like, no, thank
Yeah.
you, but no.
Yeah.
There's nobody that really does traditional financing around like landscape or hardscape or any of that kind of stuff. You have to go to secondary financing, which is like what Rebath and these other companies are doing. And the other thing too is, man, I wish I could explain this to you guys. Homeowners don't know any of this stuff, right? Like the majority of the homeowners you'll talk to, you go, what's your rate? They go, I don't know, let me check. Who's the bank you pay every month on your mortgage? I can't remember, it just comes out of my account. So that's the average homeowner. And you're like, well, why doesn't the homeowner just do blank? Well, are the homeowners sitting in this room right now learning how to be real estate investors? They don't know what we know. And so I make a lot of money off of people's stupidity. And I shouldn't say stupidity, it's the wrong word. It's people's ignorance, right? They just don't know. Like, for example, I'm funding a deal right now in Texas. And this is crazy. The guy is developing 16 units, or no, I'm sorry, he's developing 26 units and it's in Mississippi. I'm sorry. And he goes, hey, will you finance me? I go, absolutely, I'll finance you, no problem. I'm borrowing money from his best friend to lend back to him at a higher rate. Welcome to business. I'm just willing to ask different questions and look at the world a little bit differently. And so what is right in front of people, they just don't take action on. And so when you go to a homeowner that I just want my project done. One, Kristoff will be the better competitor because he can go to the table. He'll be the only landscape company that goes, hey, here's my finance option. Here's my cash option. No other landscaper is going to do that. It just doesn't exist. So gives them a competitive edge. Two, you'll land some lending opportunities, which is awesome. You'll make a good amount of money from that. I mean, you could charge a flat fee for those things. You're not charging 12%, 18%. You can charge like, hey, finance fee is $10,000. Kristoff, give me $10,000 of your profit and I'll finance this person. And you can charge that person interest.
what kind of interest rate would you charge on a $100,000 landscape?
Here's what you'd do. You'd make all your money out of Kristoff's pocket. So here's what you would do. You'd go to Kristoff and go, hey, Kristoff, what would you normally charge for this? Oh, 80 grand. Cool. Can you charge them 90 grand and give me 8 of the extra $10,000 and you keep an extra 2,000? Give me an $8,000 kickback. You make the majority of your money off the kickback. Okay, make sense? Following me so far?
Up front, you mean?
What's that?
Or like at the beginning, you mean? Or is that over, or would that be over
As
time?
he receives, no, that'd be basically like right out of the beginning.
Okay.
Okay. Then you charge.
Good question. Are you going on wholesale hotline?
Probably not now, but I don't know what time is it. No, probably not. Okay, so let's say that you get a job that's the seller says yes to an $80,000 job for the homeowner. I'm telling Kristoff, hey, Kristoff, what would you normally charge for this job? He'd say 70 grand. I go, perfect. Bid them at 80 and I'll finance them. He'll say, bid them at 80. My normal price is 70. I know. I'm going to give you an extra 2. I want 8 on your side. Okay. So I bring that $80,000 to Kristoff because Kristoff needs that 80,000. I then get 8,000 of my own money. This is interesting. People don't think this way because you're like, wait, hold on, I just paid myself. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. $8,000 comes to me. 2,000 extra goes to Kristoff. Am I making these numbers up, by the way? Could it be $2,117? And okay, I'm making it up. Okay, I'm just giving you an example. What I then do is I charge the homeowner, let's say 12% on the $80,000. So not only did I make $88,000 up front, I'm charging the homeowner $12,000 on the $80,000. Does that make sense? So I'm making money two different ways. 12%. Is this making sense? Where does my money come from? I go to my private money lenders and I go borrow it at 10% interest. And they bring the 80,000. I make $8,000 up front. And then I make 2% arbitrage over time. Okay, make sense?
And you'd be interested in buying.
Yes. Is there money to be made? Does a bear shit in the woods? Yeah, like the reality is what he started asking is like, hey, how else can we make money together? You could probably make, let's say he does, Kristoff, that's all he does, right? Paradise Valley. His average job for landscaping is probably $100,000 to $200,000. He's doing pools, he's doing all sorts of stuff. His client, or I'm sorry, his agent already knows that. She pointed out like, hey, Kristoff, when your client wants to get a big pool, but they don't have all the capital right now, this person, Kyle, could help you. How does she know that? Well, because he's groveled about it and said, man, these freaking clients, they want to wait over time to like pay me and da-da-da-da. He becomes the financing arm for that. I mean, again, where does Home Depot make all their money with Rebath? On the construction or on the finance? On the finance. So yes, 100%. And you could charge 14%, 18%. You could charge 28%. You could charge a whole bunch of stuff. But the reality is I'd make my money up front. For me, if I'm doing this deal, I'd make my money up front and then I'd make a little bit of money over time. Because now I get today money and I get kind of an annuity. I get a couple $100 every single month type of thing. And how do I secure myself against an average home is $3 million? Yeah, you could get a first lien and a promise and a personal guarantee. You could lien their business with the UCC1. Most of these people are business owners. Do you know what a UCC1 is? No. The UCC1 is a business lien. So instead of me just liening their property, I would do a lien against their house. That's security number one. Fail-safe is a lien against their business, which most of these people that own $3 million homes are not employees. Okay, these are business owners. And then I would also get a personal guarantee. So they can't file bankruptcy on my money. I can chase them for that personal guarantee for the rest of their life. So I'm triple secured. Does that make sense? I wouldn't do a...
People to sign their life away because they want that pool back.
Guys, these people that have $3 million houses understand leverage better than most people. They're using leverage in their businesses. They want something now. They understand, hey, I could I could use this cash, pull it out of my business right now. Like, think about this. If I'm let's say I sell cars for a living. Is it smart for me to pull $80,000 out of my car business and go buy a pool? Or is it better for me to finance the pool and keep my $80,000 making me money in my car business?
Because your expertise is car business, you need your capital there.
Yeah, because now my 80 grand is working for me. This is how rich people think, right? They go, well, I'll finance everything and I'll keep my core business paying off the financing, essentially getting free financing because my business is paying for it, if that makes sense.
So they're turning their money faster, more often.
Yeah, they keep it where it makes them money. If I pull $80,000 and put it into a pool, did I make money on that 80 grand?
No.
And is that 80 grand now gone or is it still there? It's gone. Okay. But if I leave my $80,000 in my business, but I have a $1,400 monthly payment on my pool, that $80,000 makes me money in my car business because I'm flipping cars or whatever it is. I pay that $80,000 pool off over time with payments. Is that $80,000 still over here?
Yeah.
Yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the question is, why wouldn't they choose financing? The only reason they would not choose financing is because they listen to Dave Ramsey and they live in a $300,000 house.
It's the same concept, right? It's just more elevated.
I mean, it's true though. Like Dave Ramsey's for poor people primarily that can't control themselves. And he's really good for like baby steps. But at some point, you'll never know a single multimillionaire that just saved their way to wealth. Nobody's wealthy by saving. Doesn't work that way. You can't out save inflation first and foremost. Right? So you have to use leverage at some point. You just have to use leverage.
I'm neutral with Dave Ramsey, but
I think he's genius. He's just not, he's not going to get me to where I want to
well,
go.
he's banking on, compounding interest for those people that retire at 65, get them with.
No. He's making money off of.
Yeah, he's genius.
No, I understand how he's making,
Oh,
how he serves his target market is they save a bunch of money for 40 years and then they're okay.
Yeah, and then they get hit by a bus the day they retire. I mean, really, people will go spend 40 years saving up and then all of a sudden you have a heart attack or your wife
Something happens.
cancer. Yeah. It's like, we choose to live our life now, but Dave he's a genius. So
he serves a purpose.
yeah, he does.
We go up to this room.
Yeah.
And I made a decision that I was gonna stop spending money unwisely.
Oh yeah.
That got me on a path.
That's the first.
This is why his book is called Baby Steps. Because it's like, everybody needs that in the very beginning, but Dave doesn't teach people how to make money. He teaches people how to avoid losing money. Right. And he's a genius. And I think I admire him and I look up to him as well in a lot of ways. He's a marketing genius too, which is awesome. Okay. So phenomenal call, bro.
Thank you.
Great job. Who has another call? Can I take somebody's lead? Who has a 6 o'clock?
I have another. I think we have another call. Where's my sheet?
Oh, you're 5:45.
No, I made my 5:30 call. I made 4 calls today. Yes.
My agent called me back. Hi.
Dave also is in like almost every church in every state.
Yeah, Dave is a genius, just FYI. I have no criticism of Dave. There's just a time and a place for Dave. That's all there is. Yeah.
I know where you should be asking. Wrong person.
Okay, we got Angela Jean, 23rd Ave.
We're on Tuesday, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You really made me second guess.
Thanks for being on and being directed for the right thing.
I was like, I don't want to read right now.
This is Angela.
Angela, it's Pace. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, I'm calling about 23rd Ave. How's that listing going? You guys sold that thing yet?
What was that offer you sent me, right?
My partner Myron probably sent you an offer. Maybe my TC Amy could have sent you an email. Who was it?
No, it was Myron.
Okay, cool. So my partner Myron sends out an LOI to spark a conversation to chat about the house.
Yeah. Once or twice. So, but is it cash offer?
We do a lot of different things, but the main thing that we do in the LOI is we send a cash offer and a creative finance offer just to see if we can spark a conversation.
Let me look that over again. I didn't see the cash part. I just sent it to my client.
Okay. What's going on with the house? Anything I can answer for you about the offer or anything that's going on that I should know?
No mortgage on it, so
So we would do potential seller finance.
I don't think he'll do it
Why do you say that? I'm always curious.
because he would want $100,000 at least down.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. No, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I let me put some terms together in his dream terms, and I'll call you back. Is this a good number?
This is a decent number, but sadly, I am addicted to being on the phone. And so what'll happen is you'll call me back and I'll be on another call. Yeah, you're an East Coast girl, right?
Yeah.
Long Island?
Close. Very good. Connecticut, but my whole family's in New York and Long Island.
That's a Connecticut accent?
No, all my relatives are from New York.
Makes sense. So you live in Connecticut, you grew up in Connecticut, but your accent comes from Long Island.
Yeah, my mother died and we moved to Connecticut to my father's parents.
Got it.
People in front of me.
Okay, no problem. Shoot me a text.
I have to communicate, so that's why I'm talking to you. But if I could get back to you or text, I would so appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, cool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, bye.
Bye. Okay, so we called her like 30 minutes late. So she's sitting in an appointment like at a bank or something, and she's sitting in front of people. Okay, so what if somebody says, my client wants a big down payment, why would I say that's not a problem for me?
Morby method.
Morby method. I would go to a Morby method, which is another thing we did not list on this thing.
I knew we didn't. I was looking for one, but I was gonna say.
Morby method.
Bonus points do I give?
I
kids
know,
that are not
I
on the
know.
list?
So Morby method is one of the things you'll learn inside of Subto. We have a whole entire dedicated course on it. Essentially what a Morby method is we go to a lender and we get a DSCR loan. Okay, DSCR loan means debt service coverage ratio, which is a very stupid way of saying, I'll give you a loan on this house if you can prove that it can produce enough income to justify the loan. So they're lending more on the house than they are you and as an individual. Okay, so I go, company I use is myinvestorloan.com, and I go, hey, what would you guys give me? So what's the price on the house on Angela? Does anybody know? 23rd Ave?
That's not on his paper.
Okay, cool. So let's just say that they have a house for 500,000. Okay, they want to list it for 500,000. Okay, and she says, hey, I want $100,000 down payment.
You can still PML that.
You could, depends on the situation. First and foremost, I might have a buyer that is okay with 20% down and needs to buy a house on seller finance. I've done deals where buyers come in with $200,000 down. So I might not be the buyer. So I'm not going to discount immediately. I'm not going to shoot down an objection I'm not going to hammer the objection before I even build rapport.
Yes.
Right? A lot of times what people will do on a call is they'll go, $100,000. Like immediately they don't want to talk to you. Right? Instead, I called her and I was like, oh, I don't have a problem with that. Really? Cool. Now we're having a conversation. Spreadsheets keep you from having conversations. Just FYI, all you spreadsheet losers. Where are my spreadsheet losers? Delete all of them. They're not going to help you at all. Okay? Have the conversation and then figure it out. Like even what Kyle did on that last call where he's like, yeah, we'll figure out those other details. Let's just move to the next step. You're robbing yourself from practice. Like once you get on the call, do you guys want to stop calls right now? I don't. I freaking love these calls so much. I could just be on them all day long because I learn. Like even what I did with that RV park guy. Mentor me. Tell me, what would you have me do? Because I actually genuinely don't know what I would do with that property.
That's what I want to ask another question on later.
Yeah. Well, I'll hang out and we'll answer those questions. So let's say that I don't have an end buyer. Who is this particular buyer? This is business owners, people that are like, this is people like me, people like Jamil, people like Kyle, people like Ingrid, who we don't have W-2s. If somebody comes to me and says, hey, I'll give you 3% rate on my $500,000 house, you just got to put 100 grand down. This homeboy has got 100 grand freaking floating around in his shoes in his closet. Like there are thousands and thousands of buyers in every single market that will buy this deal that are business owners that don't want to go through a bank. 20% down is, yes.
Why would you go through a bank?
Why would you? Right? So do we understand and agree that there is a buyer that might want to do this deal?
Yeah.
Cool. So that was my first initial reaction. The second backup is, what if the house is not a $500,000 house? Let's say that the house is a $300,000 house. That's a big down payment for a $300,000 house, right? Okay, so that takes this buyer out because now you're asking for 33% down.
Yeah.
At that price point, most buyers are not going to have $100,000 down. Most, right? The Hispanic buyer in that market right there at $300,000, they'll have $40,000, $60,000 down. $100,000 is a stretch. Okay, cool. So who is this? How do I solve this problem? Here's how I solve this problem. I go to my bank. Okay, I'll go to myinvestorloan.com. And I ask my investor loan, hey, what would you give me as a loan on this house? And my investor loan is going to say, I will give you a loan for $210,000. Okay. Cool. So now they want me to bring $90,000 as a down payment for me to buy this $300,000 house. Making sense? Looks very much like a cash transaction right now. I go borrow $210,000 from my investor loan. I go borrow $90,000 from Jamil, and I go and buy this thing for $300,000. Does this make sense? Are we all on the same page?
Yes.
Okay. So I go back to the seller. Once I know what the bank is willing to give me, I go back to the seller and go, hey, I know you asked for $100,000 down, but I can actually give you like $210,000 down. But I want you to carry the other $90,000. And not only do I want you to carry the other 90,000, I want you to carry it with no payments and no interest for 5 years because I doubled your down payment you were asking for. I gave you more than what you were originally asking for. So this second lien position that you're going to seller finance, it doesn't have to be a second lien position. A lot of times you just put them in the LLC with you as an operator and they're a silent partner and the buyout agreement for that partnership is 90,000 bucks. There's a whole training in Subto all about this. Okay, believe me, the no one left behind challenge is you're going to learn 1% of what you will learn in Subto in this room. The main thing that this room is for, we talked about this yesterday for 3.5 hours, is not for you to learn every little thing. Okay. Yeah, this was not being done in the marketplace. And so I created this about 11 years ago and I started doing a lot of these. And now we have people in Subto that's all they do is mortgage methods. So
qualify yourself as a my investor loan, the house qualifies.
the income of the house qualifies. Yeah. The income of the house qualifies. So once I know what I'm qualified for, I then take that term sheet to the seller. And that's when I start negotiating on a mortgage method. Yeah. And I go to that agent, I go, hey, I can get a loan for 210, which means I only want the seller to seller finance 90,000. But because I'm giving him way more money up front, essentially, think about if I gave him $100,000 down payment, then he wants payments over time. Yeah. How about I just give you 6 years of payments all up front, so I don't have to have payments from you on your 90,000 for the next 6, 7, 8 years. So now the only loan payment I actually have is paying on the 210. The $90,000, he's basically doing what I would call a silent second, which means there's no payment, no interest on that 90,000 until I refinance or I sell the house. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you would use that method more if somebody, especially if somebody wants to do something.
It's always a large down payment or they need the money for something else. So when a seller says, well, I need the money right now, you go, okay, well, I can give you a large down payment. I'm happy to do that. Here's the reason you don't hear me talk about mortgage method a lot is because if you are doing a mortgage method on every transaction, you are not negotiating well enough. It is there for when you can't break through the objection of a smaller down payment. So what'll happen is I'll see Subto members that are like, I did 12 mortgage methods this month. And I'm like, you did 11 too many. You should have done seller finance or Subto deals by negotiating better. And so for me, I won't even bring that up as an option. Here's what I will do with this lady. When she calls back, we have a conversation probably tomorrow. I will say to her, hey, for $100,000 down, I am definitely not the buyer. However, I have a group of buyers that might be interested in that 20% down payment. Would you give me 10 days to see if I can find that buyer? Ingrid and I would go and send it out to our buyers list and go, anybody want to buy this? It comes back. I would call her in 10 days and go, hey, none of my buyers bought. What have I just done psychologically to her?
Told her that it's not going to get that price and that you should renegotiate.
And it's not me.
It's not you.
It's a third party, which is the greatest negotiator on the planet. I'm not the greatest negotiator. A third party always is.
If you find it.
And if you find it, that's the funnest thing too, is like, oh, got a hit. Hey, we can close on this deal. Let's execute on the option. So you have a non-exclusive option for 10 days. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so it makes it so they don't have to take it off the market. They can keep shopping for their own offers. Then we have 10 days to go and shop it to our own buyers. We get a buyer that says, I want it. Perfect. We get an agreement together that says, if I get this contract over here, then your contract becomes valid.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, can you redo that one part right there again?
Yeah, all we would do is we would put it under a contract, but we would just put favorable terms in the contract, like give us like.
So it's broad and then.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm gonna get a 10-day inspection period.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be very transparent that we're gonna shop it. That way, we're not
What I was trying to
keeping track.
explain
Yeah.
What I'm trying to explain to you is I've taught so many newbies over the years that what will happen is if I don't anticipate the question ahead of time, then people will throw up the question after I explain it. So what'll happen is, especially engineered-minded people, okay? We usually really great, you guys come up with the best questions, just FYI, great questions. They will go, wait, hold on, wait. So you have a 10-day non-exclusive option with that seller.
Yeah.
Got it?
That I got, yeah.
Cool. I go to my buyers list, I shop it, and I find a buyer.
Got that.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to get into contract with that buyer. But what happens, this is where the newbie's brain will kick in, is like, what happens if that person now doesn't want to go into an exclusive contract with you?
Because you already, oh, you just write it into the contract.
You write it in this contract saying, hey, just so, there you go. Yes. So I go, hey, let's get into our contract that states our contract becomes valid once I get a solid contract on this side.
Got it.
So you're not in any sort of commitment on this side if they say yes.
Yeah.
You have an agreement that's only valid if I can go back and get that contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
So you're basically just playing both sides and going, I don't want to be committal. I don't want to get myself in a situation where and for newbies, like that's the number one thing newbies care about is like commitment.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's scary, right? So this keeps you away from having to commit, which is nice. So what I'll do with this agent tomorrow is I'll say, hey, I'm definitely not a buyer at 100 grand, which is cool. Do you mind if I shop it? She'll say, no, I don't mind, or let me talk to my seller. Cool. The answer on that is always yes. So you'll see this happen all the time. We haven't done this actually, surprisingly, the last like 2 no and left behind challenges. I have not said, hey, give me a 10-day option to go shop to my buyers. Usually that's something that pops up on day 1 or 2. So that's probably what's going to happen here. Do you see how many freaking different ways a real estate transaction can go? Have you guys learned anything today?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go that route. And then I'll go, hey, here's the other option. The other option is I could go get a loan to buy this house. And I could probably give you more down payment. Do you mind asking your seller? I'll actually give the agent homework. You heard me say to the other agent, like, hey, can I give you some homework? And I'll say, hey, go tell your seller that you have a buyer that's willing to give you more of a down payment, but they would want you to seller finance the remaining balance. No payments, no interest for 5 years. Are you open to that?
Okay.
If they say they're open to it, I'd go, all right, perfect. I would then go to my investor loan, get a term sheet, and then start the actual negotiation. Does that make sense? And I would show the seller my term sheet. Hey, here's my term sheet. Here's what they're willing to give me. And this is what my payment would be on this, blah, 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 blah. And get the deal done. So I don't have a problem with a $100,000 down payment. One, you should just, again, like build the rapport with the agent before you start beating that up. The other really great way to beat it up as well, check this out. This is kind of a gangster move. I go to the agent, I say, hey, I have buyers that are business owners that can't qualify for bank loans that would probably be okay with a $100,000 down payment. Do you mind if I get a 10-day option, right? Same thing we were just talking about. I go back to my list, even if my list is non-existent. I go back to this agent after 10 days and go, hey, none of my buyers want to go for it except for one. And they said they'd be willing to buy the house with an $18,000 down payment. What do you think? And you mess around and you find out. That's what you do.
I go, no, 18,000 is not good, but 30.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Right? We do this stuff in every single facet of our lives. And so the non-exclusive option contract is so fun because you can play around with it. And you get to have some time to go shop some buyers, which is cool. Yes, please pick up a microphone. Because there's people, we've got like 300 people on Zoom right now.
Okay, my question is, when you're giving that 10-day option period, do you have to put down any money down for that? No?
It's a non-exclusive option.
Okay.
A non-exclusive option is a really creative strategy. That means I'm not forcing you to take it off the market.
All right.
And you're not holding me accountable to any of this stuff in the writing. It just says that if I do find a buyer, we can then have a conversation.
Okay.
The main reason why you want the non-exclusive option is so you have the legal ability to market their property to potential buyers.
Okay. So since I'm not an agent.
Neither am I.
Okay.
And nor will I ever be.
Okay. You and I are not going to take that exam. Right. So we're just going to pass it on the listing to another agent after we agree to.
No, I would never send this house to another agent. You're asking who do I sell it to?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this community, remember, you guys are in a very small room. We have 27,000 people across the country. What city are you in?
Provo, Utah.
Provo, Utah. Okay. We have absolute gangsters in Provo, Utah. Dustin Seiler, Jeremy Davis, Becca Brown, Jody Evans. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Last time you and I went to a Utah meetup, how many people were at that meetup? Couldn't even move. There's not a single city in the country that you don't have a Pace Morby, a Jamil Damji, a Kyle Kargas, and an Ingrid Hernandez. So there's somebody in Provo that if you got something like this, you would bring it to them and go, can you shop this to your buyers for me?
Okay.
Okay. They wouldn't be shopping it to families. They would be shopping it to non-traditional, non-qualified business owner type or Hispanic families that are like, I don't want to go through a bank.
Right.
They have that buyer's list. You don't. So that's why you'll want to collaborate with those individual people.
Okay, so the lesson learned here is that you got to know people in your area.
Yep. Go to your physical meetups and meet all your people.
Do deals with you together.
If you think you joined a course, a program, or a mentorship, you screwed up. You joined a community of people that are actively doing deals and desperately want to help you.
Okay.
And the thing, what the No One Left Behind challenge is just give you a jolt of energy to be like, wow, this business is so fun. So when you go home, you continue to collaborate with people. How many calls did we make today? 12.
I did 8.
What's that?
I did 8.
You did 8. Did you set an appointment?
I set 1 appointment.
Amazing. Congratulations.
And then I left 2 voice messages.
Amazing. Okay, so out of the 12 calls that we made today, can you guys all see that literally, what if we didn't make any calls the rest of the week? And all we did was play catch up and follow up with these people. Do you think we're getting 2 or 3 contracts?
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't a bad call.
There never is.
The worst we got was no answer.
Where was, we were, okay.
It's probably 6 or 7 lifetime interrelationships.
Yes. So can we all agree that in one day you can build an entire real estate investing business off of 12 calls? Now, are you going to be somebody who's like, I know exactly how to navigate these conversations right out of the gate? Or do you collaborate with people in your local market that have been in the community for 2 or 3 years, right? So what's great about our community is that there are people that helped Kelly Humberger, helped Ingrid, well, I don't know if anybody ever helps you.
That's why it took me 15 years.
Yes.
Carl, we got you. I got him 3 appointments today.
Yes.
One came
You
from-
landed 3 appointments with your
3
accent?
appointments today.
That's
and one-
freaking
Superpower?
But one came from, it wasn't even her listing anymore. So I got 2 people off 1 house.
That's amazing.
Heck yeah, great job. Great job.
All I can say is it's Tuesday, isn't it? Okay, so can we all, as we round out day 1, the number one thing we should all take away at the end of day 1 is, does this take years to build a business? Does this take months to build a business? Can you see that in one day, hanging with your homies in this community, you can build an entire business off of 12 actual calls? You can have lending opportunities. Okay. People like, I'll get Gators to go, I haven't done a Gator deal yet. Meanwhile, you just landed one person that will give you a deal every single week. Right. Or an agent that's going to continue to bring you deal after deal after deal after deal after deal, right? Like the investor agent that you talk to, the ball player person. There's so many agents that are like, I want to continue to just bring you deals, right? You had the great 100%.
I'm going to Portugal
Yes.
with some dude's wife. It's cool.
Now, a good example of that is this. Last month, Ingrid had a lead that was an agent that had this gentleman that owns a co-living property. And the gentleman says, I want 300, whatever the price was. I think it was whatever. Let's just say it's 300. It wasn't 300. It was probably 500. I don't know what it was. Seller says, I want this number that's just a crazy number. We send an offer that says, we'll partner with you, which means we'll take over your existing co-living property with no down payment. We will pay you $1,000 a month out of the profits of the business so you can move to Florida. That's what he wants to do. He's like, I want to move back to my family in Florida. I'm managing this co-living property. You go and visit the beautiful property. The seller says, no, I'm not interested. And I told the agent, I said, yet. He's not interested yet. What does he do? 3 days ago, calls us up and goes, okay, the seller's ready to go. You want to take over the house and just send him $1,000 a month. What we're doing here that you're not seeing and you will miss after next week because you won't be in this room is we are building continued deals that will just continue to flow in. There's a call today that will result in a deal in 3 weeks.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. And so has this been super enlightening to be in this room?
Yes.
Okay. Like I would have paid, I'm not exaggerating. When I was first jumping into the business, I'm sure your friend was trying to keep you out of the room when you first jumped in 2002. It was like, oh, Jamil, don't worry about it.
You have nothing to offer.
Go away. You have nothing to offer. And they're having private
Yeah.
My word.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, Jamil. So it was this guy and his father. They were doing development, scraping and developing these condos. And Jamil said, how can I get into this business? And they're like, bro, keep building your stupid little websites over there.
So it was a multifamily investor?
They were info built, and they were building luxury duplexes. And so they just needed old homes to knock down and build new.
And they wouldn't let him in the conversations. Same thing with me. When I jumped into the business, everybody's like, stay in your lane, contractor.
2015. I didn't know what CAP was. Remember, there was one joke I said up here when my very first speech. Did you know you gave me my very first talk to like a group? Why can't I think of that? I was at the speaking engagement. We had it right here.
Yeah.
And I did the no cap joke. And you told me I was funny.
You are funny.
Because I was like, nobody wanted to give me like what these like investor terms were.
Right.
And he was like, cap this and whatever. And I was like, no cap. I didn't know what he was talking about. Like I had no idea.
If you didn't know,
I had no cap.
If you could walk away literally just today, the only thing you're walking away with one thing today is that this business is very simple and it's fun. And every single person you talk to needs a solution that we have. Every single one of them. Sometimes it takes a couple of questions to get there, but we're not calling in. I remember when somebody tried to get me into freaking Amway, New Skin, and all sorts of other shenanigans, selling soap and lotions. Guys, we are literally bringing a product to people that are like, they're literally praying for some of the solutions that we have. And you can see that on these calls. People are, oh, really? You'll do that? Think about Kristoff today.
Dude, he'd be so grateful to get those. Oh my gosh.
He's going to bed tonight thinking, Kyle is my new freaking homie. And there's a lot of other lessons we should take away from. Leslie is her name, right?
Yes.
How quickly could you judge a lady that's fumbling through her phone?
Yeah. Super sweet. And she actually is a silent killer.
Follow through.
Yes.
And you could tell about Leslie. She knew so much about Kristoff.
Yes.
She understood where he was. Maybe there was a bottleneck in his business, that there was an opportunity there. So she went and lobbed that. Like you could have him fund your things. She knows exactly what's going on. And what does that tell you? Yeah. Their lifetime, she's not out there trying to get 1,000 clients. She's out there wanting 5.
And she loves on them so much. And I think what immediately happens on that call, because you go from my guy to your person, is you're like, okay, this guy was a little challenging, whatever. The next call with you, it's like, wow, this lady really has no clue. She doesn't understand how to do her email, her this, that, and the other. But you stay on the phone for 3 more minutes and you go, this is an amazing human being that I'll make probably $1 million with over the next 5 years. And she's a gamer, meaning she gets the game. She goes, let's call the zoning department together tomorrow. Let me know when you're available. Let's just get this deal. Oh.
Doing it at 3.
Meanwhile, you talk to another agent that says, no, I'm a stay-at-home mom, which is the highest and best calling in my personal opinion. The best job, the hardest job is being a stay-at-home mom. So definitely no criticism there.
I hate when they say just. Yeah.
I do too. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was just texting my mom. I'm like, Mom, you should be so proud of like what you've done. And anyway, we don't need to get emotional into this room right now. So, but that lady, is she hyper motivated to go make a lot more money? No. Okay, but you get to learn and pick up personality types, and you get to see who you want to do business with. Like in one 3-hour time block, did you not just get a freaking $1 million education?
Way more than $1 million.
Seriously. And the way I look at that, and why I always I'll say, okay, well, how much value did you get? Value, okay? Value equals the amount of money you would earn if you implemented the things that you learned. That's value. Did you receive value today that you could go and implement some of the things, the one-liners, how to pivot from a conversation, how to not judge a personality, how to continue to ask questions even when it's challenging? If you took those skills, remember what we talked about yesterday. If you took those skills and you applied them, will you make millions of dollars in your lifetime? So when I ask people like, well, how much value did you get? Oh, I have $10,000. I'm like, man, you ain't going to implement shit then. Right? And I love doing this with my friends, dude. Thank you, bro. Love you, dude. Love you so much. Love you so much. Appreciate you.
So to do like how do you put in a word or who can say it?
Hashimoto. We got to say Hashimoto tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
We gotta say diarrhea on the call.
Or like leprechaun or something.
Diarrhea is
I'd have
too
been
easy
like,
for me, dude.
you're my lucky leprechaun today or something. You know, it's like St. Patty's. I
Are
don't
you
know.
wearing? We didn't even ask anybody if they're
They're
wearing
in green underwear. Oh,
I wore
just oh,
What,
okay.
what color is your underwear today, bro?
Brown. To go with his pants.
Does anybody have any questions about any of the calls today?
Hold on,
Oh, Giancarlo, what's up, brother?
So Mr. Morgan.
Yeah.
Answer back the first agent, and he's asking some things here, which I need your help.
Why don't you ask me and I'll tell you?
He says, my seller would have to be able to walk away with a decent amount of cash up front.
Okay, so when a seller wants a lot of cash up front, what do we deviate to? Say, not a problem. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to reply back and say, that's not a problem. What time can we call you tomorrow to figure it out?
Can I book you another appointment?
Yes, please. Now, here's the one thing about my spreadsheet junkies. You're going to go, okay, here's what, how have I gotten good on the phone? How has Kyle gotten good on the phone? How has Ingrid gotten good on the phone? How has Jamil gotten good on the phone? If we look at like a baseball diamond, right? You got home plate. That's a diamond, just so you know. Okay. You got first place or first base, second base, third base, blah, 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 right? If I won't make a call until I check my spreadsheet. Okay, this is my first base is I check my spreadsheet. I check Zillow. I check the numbers. I ask all the questions. Then I go to the first call. Okay, then I start negotiating. Where do I learn the most important skills? Second and third base. Second and third base is where I use and I learn the most like conveyable skills, which means I can use those calls, those pivots, those things. So is this going to make me the most money by being the best in the freak in the sheets? So why would I ever waste my time? Why would I ever waste my time checking the spreadsheet? Here's how I do it, okay? I replace negotiating, spreadsheet, I switch them all around. So here's what I do. What's the first thing we should be doing? Make the call first. Second thing is negotiate. Third thing is check the spreadsheet. Okay, even what Ingrid did today on the Sedona deal, or Prescott. Okay, she's saying, hey, let's go look at the property. What if we looked at the numbers before we made the call? First and foremost, you wouldn't have made the call.
Have so many questions come to your brain.
Yes.
Then you are stuck with it.
What if, like, let's look at Leslie, okay? You call about this piece of land. And you go, well, I don't want to do land. I don't know anything about land. Was the relationship with Kristoff the most important thing on that, or the land? Do you see why spreadsheets will kill your entire business and thinking about things will kill your business? This is why I try and show you guys, I prefer, this is not just like a joke or a thing. My leads, this is literally all I get. Do I have a full address?
No.
Do I have days on market? Do I have anything about what the agent's selling? What do I have on here? This is literally every call I make. This is all I have.
Time.
I prefer not even the full address. I don't know how long it's been on the market. I don't know if it's land, a house, a duplex. I know nothing. Every call I made today is that's all the information I have. Isn't that interesting? Would you guys be willing to make these calls?
I could.
Okay, I know you could, Trish. Audrey, you're a gangster. But my overthinkers, this is, right? Your overthinkers are like, whoa. Do you want to make one of these calls this week? Let's get you on one of these calls because it'll change your life. Because you seem like a super friendly guy. And what you're doing is you're robbing all these people from a relationship with you because you're a freak in the sheets. Okay?
Please.
Yeah.
Something from your other video. In your morning video, you said that I just asked the agent, sorry, I learned something from your case work. You said that, just ask the agent, say, just get me up to speed. What's going on with this property or the seller? And let that person talk.
Yeah.
And you take notes. The important thing is that that person is giving you as much information so you can make a good decision about it.
Yeah. So why do people get good on the phone? Do you get good? Where are you going to make more money? Being good on the phone or being good in the spreadsheet? Okay. So if I'm looking at my spreadsheet, I won't get on the phone. And if I have all the information, the other thing too that I find is that I already have the story incorrect in my brain. Right? So yeah, you made it up.
Every time you go to those spreadsheets and you let something give you a piece of data, you make up another story,
Right. The other thing that you should take away is that you should be doing this with your best friends in the community, which means you got to go make some friends. One of the best things that we do here is that you guys will become friends this week and you'll be attached to each other. But when you go home, you're going to find a lot more experienced people in the community that want you to bring opportunities to them. Like you're already friends with Rob Harden. You're already doing deals in Oregon, right? But let's say once a week, all you did is you got together with 2 or 3 people in the community in your city and you're like, let's hang out in my living room. Let's hang out at Starbucks. Let's go do 5 calls a week. Do you see how 12 calls a week can change your entire business? What if we just did 3 hours a week, just like this once? In fact, we don't need 3 hours to make 12 calls. We explain the calls to you guys along the way. Do I even need 3 hours to make 12 calls? I need maybe an hour and a half. So let's say me, Ingrid, Kyle, and Jamil got together once every Friday, and all we did was make 3 calls each, and we gave each other feedback. What would our business look like in 90 days? So does this need to be 8-hour-a-day business? Okay, so hopefully you guys see that in real time, how amazing that is. Does anybody have any key takeaways today you want to share with the rest of the group that didn't talk? Okay, well, I'll let you talk, but I'm going to start picking on people who haven't talked yet.
Yeah.
Take the mic, because remember, Zoom.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out how crazy and mind-blowing it is that you just ask a few questions and they just, initially the gentleman who said, I don't want to get into it, and then he just blurted it all out.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the case with every call. They just give you all the info. I've called a few realtors and just realized they'll just tell you everything. And so it's just asking questions. Oh, what about this? And they'll give you tips that you can just do more questions, which is what you guys have done. So it just makes it a lot easier. Ask questions.
By the way, when we go home, right? What is a really good Zoom to participate in every day if you wanted to? We do it Monday through Friday. The daily dial. Why? Because those are a lot of closers that are in there, and they're talking about their objections they're having a hard time overcoming. They're doing role playing. They're doing all sorts. You will meet some of your very best friends in the daily dial, and one's at 5 a.m. and one's at 7 a.m. Arizona time. What's that?
Oh, I would say literally, I had 2 people, Caroline and Marlon, both
Yeah.
of them. Yeah.
Amazing human beings. Yes, sir. Microphone. Sorry.
Just about the timeline thing, when you say 5 and 7, is 7 the jam session?
Okay, so the jam session is a completely random thing that I've never done before.
Okay.
I just made it up 20 days ago, and I've been doing it for 20 days, but I'm ending on Monday.
Okay. And then 7, it'll change again, it'll say another daily dial?
Yeah, it'll go back to daily dial.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
That was
great question. Yeah, I will get a wild hair in my brain about some idea, and I'll go, "Oh, man, SquadUp Summit's coming up. I want to make sure everybody's excited and whatever else." So I'll do a jam session every morning for like 20 days to get everybody prepared for that. But then I'll stop and I'll do something else.
Cool.
There's always random things going on.
Yeah, no, daily dial is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. And what's cool is you'll see people that join Subto, and 2-3 months later they're helping out with the daily dial. Like, it's the fastest way to learn is go in there and be on those Zooms.
What I really liked today was the fact that you said, I don't know how to really do this deal. I'd like to do it with you. And the fact that you wanted someone to mentor you, or, and you use those words.
Yeah.
And I think that there's so much value in having so much knowledge, but also showing that you still need to learn something. And that really, I took
Does
that in.
anybody in here have a 9-to-5 job that you haven't learned shit in the last 3 years in your business? Okay. So think about how lucky we all are. Like, Kyle's been doing this 17 years. Jamil's he's been doing this 23 years. Did you learn something new today?
Yeah.
Okay. I learn something new every day. Like, how lucky are we that we get to learn something while helping people? This is like for people that like video games or any sort of like recreational activity. Imagine who likes to hike in here? Okay. Do you want to go on the same hike every single day for the rest of your life? Okay. Well, that's a 9-to-5 job in my mind. But it doesn't mean that I don't like work. It just means I want to go on a different trail every day. I want to explore new things and see what's going on. I've never had a call that was identical to another call. Have you guys? It's the greatest, most fun thing ever. And then what's fun is you get to meet some freaking cool people along the way. And you just turn around and go, can you mentor me? Show me how to do it. By the way, that's an art. So what that deal is, you guys want me to tell you about that deal? Okay, so this is a deal that Ingrid found on Crexy. Crexy is an amazing web page for commercial opportunities, like multifamily, laundromats, et cetera. crexi.com, crexi.com. And she goes on there and she finds somebody that lowers their price $1 million. He was at 2.5, he dropped it to 1.5. And it's a golf course. And she's like, oh my gosh, this is a great opportunity. Why don't we do this as an RV park? And I was like, well, let's call the person. And that's what resulted in it. So what would we do there? Here's what we would do. I would go to the seller and I'd say, carry the 1.5. So do I have to come up with any money to buy the property? Okay, so then what would I do is I would go to the community and I'd go, who wants to partner on this deal? And I'd get like 80 people together. They all pitched in like 30, 40, 50,000 bucks. We'd put a partnership together. Ingrid and I would run it. And who would mentor us and walk us through it? The owner. There are endless ways to make money. The biggest problem in real estate is there are too many ways to make money. And I think if you could walk away at the end of this week, you'll realize that it's not the lack of opportunity that is the problem. It's there's too much. And you'll start having to say, what do I say yes to and what do I say no to? You know?
I arguably that's been one of my biggest, like this vulnerably, like
Yeah.
that's been one of my biggest
Too many
problems.
opportunities.
Well, not just the opportunities part, but like the reality, there's a reason why people say the riches are in the niches, because if you do learn to narrow your focus and go 100% on that, that's really where you'll scale and make your money how you should.
And also it gives you mastery in the niche, which then provides you opportunities to help others.
Yeah.
Which then puts you into their world and they're like, hey, Ingrid, you're really good at this thing. Can you come do this deal with me? And now she didn't even have to go lead gen for that deal. She gets brought into it because she's known as a master of that specific thing, right? So being undeniably good at one or two things is truly the way.
In the beginning, as you guys are all new, I want you to remember that shiny object syndrome is a requirement. Okay. How many people in here have a daughter? Would you tell your daughter to marry the first person they date? Well, hold on. That's shiny object syndrome. Why, you can't tell them to go date around. Okay. Welcome to real estate and business. I'm going to go focus on this thing. And then you change your mind. Why are you changing your mind? Well, because something else got you excited. And because you also might have learned something like, I don't really like that part of the business. I'm going to go jump onto this other thing. Shiny object syndrome is not a bad thing if you are taking action. When shiny object syndrome becomes a problem is because you're not taking action and all you're doing is watching videos about it and then jump onto the next set of videos. Shiny object syndrome is a requirement if you are an action taker.
I feel better about myself.
It's a requirement, yeah.
I would add to that you actually want to have the perfect mix because it's a requirement up front because, for example, when you get to these type of calls and you need to know, but you don't have to be perfection at all of these because you're just turning it over to somebody else who's running that lane. So you want the shiny object so you understand just enough exposure and you pick one and you go become the master at it.
Yeah, so like, let's say that I don't want to be a fix and flipper and I'm in Arizona. I get an opportunity that's a fix and flip. I go to Kyle Kargas, who is a fix and flipper. And hey, Kyle, can I bring this to you and either make a fee or wedge myself into the deal? And he'll say, where have you been my whole life? Yes. Everything. All of us honestly are probably masters at more than 5 or 6 things. When we're talking to a group of new people, you'll be able to master one thing within a year. Okay. And at some, 17 years and 23 years, these guys have, here's what'll happen. They don't change strategies, they evolve and upgrade, which means at one point, Jamil has mastered, I'm doing deals on my own in my apartment, in my underwear, and I'm making $100,000 a month. Then he hits a ceiling of like, I can't go any further on my own. So what does he do? He goes and finds two partners, Hunter and Josiah. They go build a company that does the same thing Jamil was doing, but they take it to like all of Arizona and they put systems and processes together. Then what do? Is they go sell franchises of that thing. So has he become a master of franchising? If I have a franchise question, I ask him or his partner, Hunter. Has he become a master of fix and flip and comping? And has he become a master of all sorts of things? Yes, but that's through him upgrading to higher levels. That's a requirement as well. So when we're talking about Jamil or Kyle or Ingrid or me, it's not fair to say, hey, we've mastered 10 things and compare that to you. Let's just look at your time horizon for the next 6 months. Depending on your personality, I can pick people out like, I think is it Amber? No. Megan, what did I say to you when I first met you today? What's your avatar I think you are? Did I even have more than 3 words to say to you? How did I know?
I don't know.
Well, because I talk to a lot of people. One of my skill sets is that I can see you before you see yourself, mostly because I've talked to a lot of people. So if I were you, I would focus on operations and I would focus on going to a person like Kyle Kargas and going, you're doing dozens of deals a month. How do I help you go to 24 deals a month by being a support system and making money in that process? That's something that you could be especially good at. Somebody that would absolutely be trash at that. Let's see. Okay, I'll tell you a couple of people. You would be 100% trash at running operations for somebody. Okay. Let's see. There's people that are like halfway through. You're operations 100%. Okay, you would be trash operations. Brent, 1000% trash operations. Okay. Taylor, same thing with you. Okay. So there's some people that are just really good at being on the phone. And there's other people that are unicorns, which mean, or not unicorns, but like a Christmas tree, meaning you have multiple colors to you. You could be both. You could do operations and you'd be really good on the phone as well. And so it'll actually be more challenging for your personality to pick one for the first 6 months. For me, I knew who I was when I first started because I was already in construction and I was doing, think about this, what I did. As a contractor, what do? You go to homeowners' houses, you provide an estimate, you follow up with them, try and close them, give them reasons why you're the best option. What do you do as a real estate investor? Go to homeowners' houses, provide an estimate, follow up, convince them you're the best option, and close them. I was already doing it. So when I jumped into the business, I'm like, and I found Jamil, I go, oh my gosh, you know what Jamil gave to me? He gave me permission to only focus on my thing. And so why we built a community is because of that. He's a superhero, right? It's like the Avengers, right? So you will have to have the hardest conversation with yourself and go, who do I want to be? Who do I want to focus on for the next 3 or 4 months? And what part of this whole ecosystem do I want to focus on? Now, as you make friends in this community and you go to meetups, you'll find even more people that have even more different diverse personalities and they go, oh yeah, I'm focusing on RV parks. Why? Well, because I hated single family. And then you go, oh shit, should I hate single family too? That will happen. It will happen. And that's okay too. Okay, don't beat yourself up about it.
If people could only realize everything you're like, I'm technically, my very first deal was September of 2021 after being the studious person I was in Subto, right? I joined in January of 2021. And so even everything you're saying right now is speaking to me. Like all to say is everybody runs their own race and everything happens at a certain pace. Sorry, another mom pun, but I'm just saying, like, it's just so much.
Almost
Yeah.
every Zoom that I did
Yeah.
for the first 6 months.
Oh, yeah, I was so annoying. I'm so sorry.
You became one of my best friends.
Oh, this is true. Yes.
So, and guys, that's what this is all, that's literally why this community is so cool, is you and I had a chat on Zoom, right? And we connected. And now,
Team right away.
right. Hey, welcome to being part of a cool community. So same thing with Ingrid. Ingrid was like, I have an amazing W-2. I have no pressure. I want to learn a ton of information before I venture out. And so she dabbled in learning this, networked with these people, looked at their personality types. She did all of these things. And then she goes, okay, cool, I'm ready to go. And then boom, goes and does a $50,000 deal, then another deal. You're in my book.
I was your first Morby method.
Yes.
In Subto.
Yeah, she was. So,
The mentorship.
so here a girl is that joined Subto in January and got her first deal in September. This is before we had the No One Left Behind challenge, 4 years before the No One Left Behind challenge. And she became an amazing leader in the community, quit her W-2, did all sorts of things. We have, not to diminish you, but we have thousands of stories just like Ingrid.
Yeah.
But what did she do well? She made friends with people. She learned from them. And she's like, who am I in this community and how can I hang out with people? You won't learn it in the course. You'll have to learn it by going to the meetups and hanging out. That's it. Okay. Any other like cool things you guys took away today? Anything that we can provide? Yes, go ahead.
So the biggest thing that I took away was how incredibly powerful it is. Like I've changed my paradigm just today. I'm going to go out and build relationships with realtors. And I'm going to bring them a whole toolbox full of tools that they didn't even know existed. And then I'm going to teach them how to use those tools.
And make money in the process. It is so cool when you understand not one time are we trying to lowball and take advantage of anybody on any of these calls, are we? Now, I'll say some stupid shit. Like I'll say, these hoes ain't loyal.
That's my favorite line.
But why do we do that? And like the Jolene thing and whatever else. Because we want to have fun.
Yeah.
We just want to be a human. I don't want to feel like I'm in a cubicle. I don't want to feel like these calls suck. And right.
You're so tight that you feel like you're gonna lose it, you did something wrong.
Experiment, have fun. Here's what's interesting. I don't even remember all the calls I made today. I could stop and like think about them. When you're brand new, man, my mic is weird. It's like, it works really well. Is it the mic or is it me? It's me, isn't it, Dre?
Your lace instead of your hood.
Oh,
Maybe it keeps going inward.
maybe, yeah. Anyway,
Pace, I still think Jamil's comment of you like your beer and your coffee.
no, that was hilarious. So fun.
That was hilarious.
When you're first listening, you killed it today. Jamil was even asking a lady to go to Portugal today. Like,
So inappropriate. So inappropriate. When she was like, my husband, I'm like, shit.
she dropped the husband thing on you.
A little late though. Normally I get my boyfriend, my husband, right quick. She'll never like, oh, this guy's flirty. I'm gonna have to say it.
Yeah, I have to
And
drop
then-
the bomb.
And then yeah, it's like,
You had committed.
yeah, I was all in already. I was like, all right, bro, we're going to Portugal anyways. You can bring your husband.
Just comment that she ended the call by saying that, thank you for keeping it professional.
Oh yeah.
This is the most professional
That
call.
means I got a long way to go.
Your standards are low.
So good. So fun. Yeah, when I remember when I was, I started in this business very different than Jamil did. The way I started in the business was spending a lot of money on advertising. I spent $20,000 a month on mailers. That's how, oh yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it's a great strategy to get a lot of inbound leads. It's a very different portion of the business. We have a bunch of training on it. I do not advise going that direction.
It's expensive.
That's how I started. Yeah. My first month in the business, I spent $5,000 in advertising and I made $50,000 net. I took out of that 50,000, I put 20 grand in, and then I started spending 20 grand for 6 years. I spent 20 grand a month. the average inbound lead cost me $1,100 per call. So out of 20 grand, I was only getting like maybe 15, 16 calls a month out of 20 grand.
That impact your calls.
Those are there are sellers calling me going, hey, I got your mailer.
Yeah.
Can you give me an offer on my house?
Change the way you handled your phone calls.
Oh, yeah.
That added pressure. All right, I'm already in this call.
Oh, yeah.
Dollars.
It was, it changed the game. I also was running a very successful construction company simultaneously. So I didn't have to worry about, I had no pressure on me. Other than 20 grand is 20 grand.
Well, just to give you context, when they were giving birth to Corbin, the bat phone rang, the money phone rang. Laura sent him out of the hospital room and said, go pick up that phone.
Yeah, for a long time. Do you have two numbers or two phones for your inbound leads? Or it just calls your cell phone?
No,
That's real.
Answering service? Okay, cool. At the time, I had two iPhones. One was the bat phone that only rang when somebody was, because you don't want to mix them up.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was how I got all my leads. I jumped into the business very differently. And so,
Walking billboard.
yeah, but the company I was working with and I owned a franchise was We Buy Ugly Houses, the ugly house people. That was me for 6 years. Yeah. I owned the Arizona franchise, yeah. And it was the hardest way to get into this business because I had to buy the franchise for 135 grand. And then I had to pay $20,000 a month in advertising to keep my phone ringing for 6 years. So is it a great... We Buy Ugly Houses, yeah. There's 1,100 franchises around the country. I was number 2 in the nation in closing. And I was netting probably $700,000 or $800,000 a year but I was at the top of the food chain. And then I realized, wait. I could make money without spending money on advertising. I could just call agents and do this. This is amazing. And I learned a lot from Jamil. Jamil was my mentor in that. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Going back, probably a handful of us have heard the story quite a few times, but the gal who originally said to you, hey, let me show you how to do this. And that,
yeah.
What's her name?
Bethany Willis.
Bethany.
Yeah, she was at SquadUp Summit. Are we trying to get her to SquadUp Summit this year? I don't know. We'll see.
Why do you think that she waited however long she did? I have no idea. Before she put you in a headlock and said, you're going to come do this, or I'm going to show you how to do this. Why do you think she went?
I think that if you actually understand the story, is very self-serving of her. I would not say this openly to like criticize her because I want to prop her up. But she did not want to teach me originally until her husband decided, I'm going to sell my law firm and I'm going to get a big chunk of money and we're going to retire. So at that point, she goes, amazing. I'm going to basically convince Pace to buy my franchise from me. That's really what she did. So if I told, she's so smart. So that was actually my first seller finance deal I'd ever done was in 2011, 2012. I bought her franchise on seller finance for 135 grand. And so y'all are like, oh man, getting in this business is expensive. No, I spent 135 grand just for the right to advertise.
So that was the Ugly Houses franchise?
Yep.
Okay.
So she sold me her franchise. And the only way that I was able to actually pay her off is for her to buy my first several deals. And so it was self-serving for her to help me out. That makes sense?
Well, there was an exchange of value.
Of course, of course. But I was her contractor for 3 houses. And she was like, you're not a contractor. You should be doing this. She would have never helped me if her husband wasn't retiring. She wouldn't have done it. She was like, let me show you how to get in this business and then you can buy my business from me. It's genius, really smart. That's the part of the story I never tell because it just takes too long. And then it puts up questions in people's heads and then it doesn't prove the point that I'm trying to actually prove. Yeah. So I tell the part of the story that actually proves the point I'm trying to prove, which is go bird dog for people, right? There's people in this community. And also I built the community. This is what's funny about her. She came to SquadUp Summit and she stood on stage and she literally was like, I never thought you were going to be successful.
So she sold it to you thinking you'd probably fail.
She was like, she felt like she had to buy my first couple of deals just to make sure. And she's not wrong. I would have failed.
Why? I'm curious.
Because I was a overthinker that told myself I was going to get started for 7 years in real estate. And I went to seminars and I bought books and I paid for courses and I never did anything with it.
Think about the statistics before sub two,
Yeah,
right? The percentage of failure out there,
Is
right?
this
They didn't have a community like this.
yeah,
is this the reason why you pick on over Dicker so much?
yeah, because they need it. They need it. It needs to be highlighted. Like that's your biggest problem, because that was my biggest problem. Yeah. Yes.
Said something about the mobile home parks or RV parks.
Yes, sir.
You are gonna explain it later on.
Yeah, we already did kind of, but I'll re-explain it. So that deal, the RV park deal that Ingrid has, you might have walked out for this.
I need the.
Is that the one in Prescott?
No, this is a deal in Georgia, or Tennessee, somewhere over there past the Mississippi River, somewhere over there. Ohio. It's all the same place. So the seller that we talked to earlier has a big golf course he bought specifically. He owns 800 pads of RV parks. So he's a big RV park owner. He bought that golf course specifically to develop into RV parks. He's a 50-year-old man that he found out he's having another baby, and he's like, "Oh crap, I want to focus on my baby," which is, I totally get that. And he says, so we're going to decide to sell this instead of do this project, and I'm just going to focus on these other things. So in that conversation, I said, well, if I buy this, I'm not as experienced as you.
Oh, yeah.
You heard the conversation.
Yeah.
Will you sell or finance the land to us, which means no money down, no money up front, no payments every month. I bring money to develop, and you coach me on how to do it, which means I get his contractors, I get his connections, I get his resources, I get his know-how, and I go raise money from the community, and we go do a community project. Ingrid and I become the main partners on it, and we go get 30 or 40 people to do it with us. And so that would be a partnership with the seller. It's similar to what Kyle's deal was. Yeah. It's 53 acres in Tennessee. 10 acres would turn into the RV park, and then 43 acres, he's saying, turn into like cabins and stuff like that. So here's what I would do. Same thing all you guys should be doing. If you get into a situation like that, how can I verify if I should, could I just jump on a flight and go out there and learn a bunch of stuff and have fun doing it? I could. I wouldn't do that because I'm busy. So what I'll do instead is I will go to Bo. Who's Bo?
A sub two guy in that area.
Bo is the person that will underwrite any deal for you in the community 2 hours a day on a live Zoom. And you guys didn't know that. I pay this guy multiple six figures to sit in a Zoom and underwrite deals for you Monday through Friday. And you don't know that because you haven't looked at the calendar. So he's on the calendar every day. Yeah, I have. I created it. Yeah. I made it so there's no possible thing that you need in the community that's not delivered in a live format. So should you go to every Zoom? No. You should go to the Zoom you need the help on, right? So for example, I have an RV park I need to have somebody look at. I go into the Zoom. Today's Monday, tomorrow's Tuesday. That means Bo's going to be live for 2 hours. And I'd bring this RV park to him and go, what should I do here? How should I verify it? How should I vet it? What questions I should be asking? He'll tell you, go get me this, 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 and this. Come back to me on Thursday and I'll underwrite it for you live. Any deal you have, RV park, mobile home park. Bo used to run a $5 billion portfolio before I recruited him. He now is available for you to underwrite any deal for the rest of your freaking life. Monday through Friday, 2 hours a day. And you guys think you joined a course. The way we crafted the schedule is to make sure that anything that you run into, you have a live resource for it almost every day.
I have a guy that I'm talking to him about the 4 years now. His name is John. And he have 136 pad with the mobile home park.
Okay.
With the manufacturing. I am pushing once in a while. I call him, he's old guy.
Have us call him tomorrow. Set up an appointment. I'll talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody have a lead that you want me to call? We'll call him tomorrow.
But it's the 4 years. I'm probably.
You have a lead you want us to call? Yeah, set it up. Set it up for Team Jamil. He'll call him. Anybody has a lead, we will call them this week. Yes.
I just wanted to say, maybe a year ago you taught us how to call the title company.
Yeah.
And get leads that way for free. and you said, build relationships with people. This guy, every 2 weeks, sends me a list of.
Foreclosures. Yeah. Love it. You don't know what to do with it.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
there just for us to take action.
I love it. Yeah, 100%.
Sweet. Here, list, another list for you.
What market?
His name's Josh, it's,
What city? What state?
here, Arizona, Florida, title.
Love it. So good. You just have to take the action. Pretty simple. There is so much freaking money available. It's just on the other side of that thing. And it requires some friendships. And we built something that you have endless amounts of friendships. You just have to tap into them. Yes, sir.
So I grew up very poor in Mexico.
Yeah.
And, after a long time, I started hearing about abundance mindset, right? Which I believe it 100%. I think that's the first time that I'm seeing the connection of like,
It's people and creativity. Like, and I'm like just seeing like very tangibly, like, oh, that's right. It's true. There is abundance, and it's just a few people calls creative.
If you really think about it, are me, Kyle, Ingrid, and Jamil not actually competitors? Kyle and I are actually competitors. We compete in the same market. He goes and does advertising, so do I.
That flip you got in Chandler,
Yeah.
right? I looked at it 2 days before.
And I ended up buying it.
The Gilbert home that he bought on a wrap from
Oh, yeah.
a probate scenario, I passed on it.
So you don't see that here. I've never experienced anything like it until we created it.
Train track in the back.
And when I say we created it, I literally could not have built this community without thousands of people like Kyle and Ingrid.
Oh, yeah.
And Kelly and Jade and Trish and all sorts of people that are doing this nationwide. You will go look in Houston. They're doing power hours every Saturday, just like this. They'll do a power hour every Saturday. They'll go door knocking in California together. The abundance mindset is not something that you were born with or not born with. We all have it. It's just that somebody has to give you permission to let it out. And what this community has done for me and other people is just like Kyle was a solo freaking entrepreneur for the longest time. And he's like, dude, I'm missing out on having homies. And it's just way more fun this way.
Well, it's always been woo-woo, right?
Yeah.
I believe it. I just have never seen the clear, tangible connection.
And here's what's really tough about it is that you'll see on my YouTube video, you'll see on my ads, you'll see me on my stuff like community sounds like bullshit.
Sure.
Then when you actually see it, you're like, and you haven't seen shit. Like this room is such a microcosm of it. You go to SquadUp Summit, you've never seen anything like SquadUp Summit. Even people that worked at my company at Subto for a couple of years, they went to SquadUp Summit for the time just last year, and they finally go, this is what you mean by community. I'm like, bro, you've worked for me for 2 years. What are you talking about? Like, I've never seen it. It's just been a catchphrase. But I travel around the country and I go to these things all over the country and I get to see it, right? And we get to hang out. I get to see him in Montana and her in Montana and all over the freaking country. It's the best freaking thing on the planet. It is in practice, not just here in Arizona. It is everywhere in the country, all over. You name a city, all of us can name 15 people in that city nationwide immediately. You tell
Cities, I'm not that great.
Arizona wine, we've got probably a dozen up there. Arizona wine country.
Cheryl.
I actually don't know where wine country is. That's the problem.
Cheryl, the gal who actually helped me land that Sedona luxury deal, she's an agent up there and she actually still shows my rental, like to potential tenants that's furnished.
Any other takeaways before we end the night? Anybody? Yes, go ahead.
Gal over there. Oh.
I know we all want to go home, but there's one key takeaway for me today, and it's optionality. In terms of personality wise, from the person calling, in terms of the person responding, the call, in terms of the 11 ways that we can manage the conversation, in terms of building the relationship in so many ways, in terms of I'm not limited to Arizona, someone in Utah, whatever. So optionality for me is the best way to understand the community. Thank you.
That's a really good takeaway. Giancarlo, you need a microphone.
Exact same thing.
No, it's just a quick question. When you say schedule an appointment for tomorrow, but for when, because your spots are taken up, does it matter?
Fit it in, like you'll see, I'll call random people yeah, just tell, here's what I would do. I would tell your seller or whoever he is that you want me to call, say anytime, he might call between 3 and 6. Because what'll happen is like somebody won't pick up the phone and we'll go, hey, I don't want to sit here because I love doing this. I think it was Jamil, one of his people didn't answer, and I just jumped on the RV thing that Ingrid had. So if you have something, just fit it in and I'll call anybody. Yeah. Yeah, bring them. Like literally line them up. Let's go. We're happy to do it.
My neighbor.
Yeah.
They can't.
In the future.
Next days. On that note, sorry, I don't have a microphone, but I don't. The
Hey,
people on
ladies,
this hair.
that you need to hear.
Here you go. Got real loud. There is some appointments that need to be filled on some teams. Not all. Some teams are filled for tomorrow, but some still need some appointments for tomorrow. So we do expect you to call tomorrow morning before you get here. So those appointments are filled. If they're not, or you can't get a commitment for a time, like Pace had said, that's perfect of, hey, somebody will reach out to you between this window.
Give us a window. We'll call anybody.
Go in and get any information on what we're supposed to do.
Oh, you haven't gone in there. You'll go in the room tomorrow. You'll go in there tomorrow. Yeah.
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 You were saying to call, right? There, what's on our list, or you want people that already went in there that didn't necessarily call all of them?
If you're comfortable calling, you.
Hey,
Andrew.
unplug the ATEM and plug it back in.
Okay, I would
That's the
call. I
problem.
just have no idea what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. Oh,
So what?
coaching, then yes.
It's recording on Zoom.
Or you can get on the coaching, but yes.
I mean, we're wrapped up for the most part.
Just unplug it and then plug it back in.
We need some
The
appointments
video
here.
will work in.
She needs to appoint.
Okay. Any other pieces of feedback? Giancarlo, grab a microphone.
Come on. So a selfish question.
I love a selfish question.
Which one do you feel is bio?
Okay, so you're very jovial, you're very friendly, you love people genuinely, and you're also a very aggressive personality type, which is awesome. That's not a bad thing. Being aggressive is very positive if you have the right avatar. You are somebody that should be on the phone talking to people and building relationships.
Sexy boy, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being amazing and I can such pride. This is such a great compliment to me, and he's been in the manifestation box for the past 3 months when I was
Love it.
watching you on YouTube, like I'm making a day and night that day, and I didn't even have the money, or that was my story that I was holding on to, and then in February when the No One Left Behind Challenge came and the opportunity to join, I was like, Devon, get the freaking card out and let's join now. And he was like, what are you talking about? This is the money of our taxes. And I said, I don't care. We're going to.
So you should be on the phone with people, I'm telling you. Talk about aggressive. I love it. Thank you for the feedback. Now, here's the thing. Did my team do a good job? Not this team. I'm talking about the team that helped run and organize all of this. Okay. Okay. We got the transaction coordination team back here. Amazing. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Okay. Trish, you're awesome. I feel bad we stole you from Carly's team a couple months ago.
Hey, she came willingly.
I know.
Yeah, we do.
100, David, everybody over there helping out with Myron's team, amazing. Myron Briley, okay, Myron Briley is Sarabi. Melissa, Sarabi, Dre. Oh, we love Chrissy Frazier. Where is she? I don't see her. But here's the thing. The three people I should thank the most, Jamil probably had to leave. This kind of highlights my point even more. Does Kyle Kargas need to be here?
No.
The man makes millions of dollars a year. Does he need to be in here volunteering and helping people out? Okay. What about Ingrid Hernandez? Could she go somewhere else and make more money somewhere else? So maybe we should give them a little love, right? Thank you guys. And I don't know if Andrew's still here, but Andrew McGuire, when he comes in here tomorrow, let's make sure you guys walk up to him, just squeeze him on the arm and just say, thank you, Andrew. Okay, just.
It's a trap.
What's that?
Squeezing his arm is a trap.
No. I'm just saying, grab him on the shoulder and just tell him you appreciate him tremendously, because this community is all about people are volunteering all the time because of the collaboration and what we talked about, the abundance. Everybody is the same way. The vibe is the same. So. Okay, we'll be back. I will be back here tomorrow at 2. We'll probably go live at like 2:30ish. So right before we go live, we'll be in the room for like 30 minutes. If anybody has questions or wants to talk about stuff, we'll set up the day, get our leads going. But overall, what a great first day.